Chapter 781. Gu Nianji was speechless. Was there a difference? Although Gu Nianji really wanted to see how her newly bought second-hand house looked like, she was still a bit unhappy with Hua Xiaoheng's tone. Also, after experiencing so much drama today, even someone as energetic and healthy as her was a bit tired. At that moment, she just wanted to take her beloved pink diamond crown to a place with no one around and admire it in detail. She looked up and was about to retort when she saw Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi standing in front of them leaning forward. TSK, even their ears were perked up. Even if they were eavesdropping, they didn't have to be so obvious, okay? Gu Nianji touched her earlobe and looked straight ahead as well. She said calmly, "I'm too tired today. I want to go back to the dorm." If she went back to the dorm, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't go back with her, right? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips as his gaze fell on the pink diamond crown in her arms. "This thing is very valuable. Are you sure you want to take it back to school like this?" Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked down at the pink diamond crown in her hands and the faint glances from the people in the hall. She hugged the pink diamond crown even tighter. "Come back to the official residence with me and lock this thing in your safe." Hua Xiaoheng's voice deepened. It sounded like he was admonishing her, but it also sounded like he was patiently guiding her. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and shook her head. "No." She then handed the pink diamond crown to Hua Xiaoheng. "Just take it back and put it in the safe for me. You trust me that much?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at her for a while before taking the pink diamond crown from her. "Actually, you can put it in your new house. I installed a built-in safe for you there. It has an alarm system and can directly contact the police station." Gu Nianji struggled internally and wanted to continue saying, "No," but looking at the pink diamond crown in Hua Xiaoheng's hands, she really couldn't bear the possibility of losing the pink diamond crown again. Hua Xiaoheng knew her too well. She couldn't refuse his conditions. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and could only whisper, "Okay." Then she said, "Just walk me to the door." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and noncommittally held the pink diamond crown in his hand. "When are you leaving?" Gu Nianji looked at Ma Qiqi. "Go out first. I still have something to say to Qiqi." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and took the car keys from Yin Shixiang. "I called Little Fan to pick you and Qiqi up." They had come in the same car, but now Hua Xiaoheng had to drive himself to her newly bought second-hand house. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi had to find another car. It's fine. Yin Shixiang secretly gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. The chief knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's a real man. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything. She didn't need to ask to know which side Yin Shixiang was on, so she didn't blame him. Ma Qiqi pulled Gu Nianji aside and said, "Nianji, are you coming back tonight?" Gu Nianji replied calmly, "Of course I'm back. I'm just going to check out the house and drop that thing off." Ma Qiqi knew Gu Nianji was talking about the pink diamond crown. This thing was too valuable. Remember to hide it well. Why don't you go to the bank tomorrow and open a safety deposit box? Ma Qiqi suggested to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded. "I will. I heard there's a safety deposit box in my house." "That's great." Ma Qiqi relaxed and patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. "Be careful." Hua Xiao's combat ability was too strong. Ma Qiqi couldn't help but want to pray for Gu Nianji. In the hall of the Prime Minister's official residence, the music that had slowed down started playing again. The men and women in evening gowns acted like nothing had happened. They chatted in the hall, and many people were still talking about what had just happened. Gu Yanran, the richest woman in Barbados, had fallen just like that. Their gazes at Gu Nianji were filled with new scrutiny and approval. A capable person wouldn't be buried anywhere. Seeing a few people walk over to Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng left first and said, "I'll wait for you in the parking lot." After he left, the people came over to greet Gu Nianji and wanted to exchange business cards with her. Gu Nianji spread her hands with a smile. I'm still a graduate student, so I don't have a business card. Miss Gu is already so amazing with a master's degree from the university's Faculty of Law. You'll definitely have a bright future. These kinds of compliments weren't worth much, but they showed a person's attitude. If they didn't take you seriously, they wouldn't even bother to talk to you, much less mention complimenting you. Gu Nianji understood this, so she tried to be as serious as possible with these people. After staying there for nearly 20 minutes, Gu Nianji finally left with Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi. Tan Guiren saw that she didn't leave with Hu Xiaoheng, so she really wanted to believe that Gu Nianji had broken up with Hu Xiaoheng. However, she also saw that Gu Nianji had given the pink diamond crown to Hu Xiaoheng. Would such a valuable item be given to someone they didn't have a good relationship with? With that thought, Tan Guiren became uncertain again. She looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression and asked, why did Miss Gu let Hu Xiao take the pink diamond crown? Gu Nianji thought to herself, what does it have to do with you? But that would be too rude and disrespectful to the Prime Minister's daughter. Also, she probably wouldn't be able to hold her position as Prime Minister for many days. Therefore, Gu Nianji couldn't help but be a bit more lenient with Tan Guiren. She said seriously, yes, it's like this. I was worried that the crown wasn't the real thing, so I asked Mr. Hua to help me examine it. Tan Guiren was shocked. Mr. Hua knows how to appraise jewelry and cultural relics. Yes, Mr. Hua is an all-rounder. He knows everything. Gu Nianji smiled slightly and turned to leave. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi had a hard time suppressing their laughter. They only started laughing when they left the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Nianji didn't laugh with them. She saw He Zhichu at the main entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. She remembered that Hu Xiaoheng and He Zhichu had just come in together, but for some reason, He Zhichu had seen the pink diamond crown in Gu Nianji's hand and instantly felt it was particularly glaring, so he didn't come in. Instead, he turned to walk down the corridor outside. He stood there silently smoking, his tall and elegant figure exceptionally lonely under the streetlights. Gu Nianji thought about it and walked over to whisper, Professor He. He Zhichu turned to look at her. Her face was as beautiful and delicate as a sprout in spring, and there was something more in her large eyes than before. They were no longer a clear stream that one could see all the way to the bottom at a glance. Instead, they had gradually become a pool of autumn water, mysterious and moving. Nianji, you did well today. He Zhichu began to praise her. I saw you argue with Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji's face flushed instantly. You saw it. Didn't you go out? She remembered that He Zhichu had just been called away by the staff to say that there was a problem with his car. He Zhichu looked up at the moonlight on the horizon and said dryly. Big Xiong used his phone to live stream the whole thing, so I saw it from the side. Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed and could only ask again. Is your car okay? He Zhichu held a cigarette in his hand and sighed. It suddenly caught fire, and now it's all gone. Gu Nianji was speechless. Then how are you going back? Gu Nianji was worried. She had come in He Zhichu's car, and now that he didn't have a car, was she going to leave him alone? He Zhichu threw away the cigarette in his hand and said, How are you going back? I'm going back in Hu Xiao's car. Okay, let's go together, He Zhichu said dryly. His shimmering, sultry eyes flashed twice, and he followed Gu Nianji to Hu Xiaoheng's car. It was the third watch. The double monthly votes were going to end in one day, so if you have monthly votes, please vote. P.S. It's the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. If you're willing, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian under The Great Gods Discuss Tao. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. I heard that you can get a title for just 5 treasure balls now. Mwah. Chapter 782. In the spacious parking lot behind the office of the Prime Minister, Hu Xiaoheng stood alone in front of his silver-gray Bentley SUV, waiting for Gu Nianji. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the front passenger seat. He leaned forward slightly and hung his head. One of his long legs was stretched out on the ground, and the other was half bent backward against the wheel. Under the clear, glassy moonlight, he looked like a painting standing there. At that moment, Gu Nianji forgave herself for being young and arrogant. This man was so beautiful, how could she not flirt with him? Hu Xiaoheng looked up to see Gu Nianji, and his expression froze. She wasn't the only one who came. He Zhichu came with her. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, but he had already returned to normal when he Zhichu and Gu Nianji walked up to him. You're here. Hu Xiaoheng straightened and said to Gu Nianji nonchalantly, it's only a short distance, and you still need Professor He to drive you? Gu Nianji was a bit embarrassed. He Zhichu wasn't here to drive her, but before she could speak, He Zhichu said, my car had an accident today. Hu Xiao also saw it. It's late now, and it's not convenient to call a taxi to the office of the Prime Minister. Hu Xiao, please take us back. It's on the way. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji and knew from her expression that she hadn't told He Zhichu where she was going. Gu Nianji suddenly had an idea and quickly said, yes, it's on the way. Hu Xiao, please take us back to school together. That way, she wouldn't have to go to her newly bought second-hand house alone with Hu Xiaoheng. What a great wit. Gu Nianji wanted to give herself a thumbs up again. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her coolly and opened the car door. Get in. Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu and asked hesitantly, how about Professor He sit in front? He Zhichu shook his head, his cold voice exceptionally lonely in the late autumn night of the imperial capital. No, I'm not used to sitting in a row with strangers. Gu Nianji was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at He Zhichu. He knocked on the car door and said unhappily to Gu Nianji, hurry up, your school closes at 11 o'clock. At that time, it would be more troublesome to get in and out, as they would need to stop and show their identification. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She thought she could really go back to school and not have to face Hu Xiaoheng alone. She immediately slipped into the car and sat in the passenger seat. He Zhichu sat in the back. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips curled up imperceptibly. He walked around to the driver's seat, closed the door, fastened his seatbelt, and stepped on the accelerator to start the car. The silver-gray Bentley quickly drove out of the parking lot of the Prime Minister's official residence. At first, no one in the car spoke. Hu Xiaoheng had always been a man of few words. He Zhichu wasn't a talkative person. Although Gu Nianji was talkative, she was a little tired today and didn't want to talk. Therefore, she propped her head up with her hand and stared out the window at the night view. The street lights near the Prime Minister's residence were very bright, and the security was very cautious and complete. She drove out of Willow Lane 32 and turned onto the highway. Gu Nianji saw two familiar people pass by on the side of the road. It was Yi Xian and Gu Yanran. Their cars were parked on the side of the road, and they seemed to be quarreling. Hu Xiaoheng drove too fast, so Gu Nianji couldn't hear what they were arguing about even when she rolled down the window. Soon, their car drove past and got on the highway. Close the window, Hu Xiaoheng said dryly as he looked straight ahead. Gu Nianji pressed the button on the door, and the window quickly rolled up. The noise and clamor on the highway were immediately isolated, and the car was eerily quiet. Even the breathing of the three people could be heard clearly. Gu Nianji felt very uncomfortable and began to find something to say. Professor He, what happened to your car? Gu Nianji turned to look at He Zhichu, who was sitting in the back seat. Hu Xiaoheng said, Professor He's car suddenly spontaneously combusted and was burned to ashes from the inside out. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. It's almost the same as the car you were in when you were 12 years old. It was completely burned. Gu Nianji frowned. But I didn't hear an explosion. If the situation was exactly the same as when she was 12 years old, there would have been an earth-shattering explosion and a mushroom cloud rising into the air, Hu Xiaoheng grunted. Yes, that's the only difference. Professor He's car didn't explode, but it was still completely burned, just like your car. That's why it's even more suspicious. Gu Nianji's car had been completely burned to ashes because of the high temperature caused by the explosion, which was still scientifically supported. However, He Zhichu's car had suddenly spontaneously combusted to ashes in a matter of seconds without even exploding. To a certain extent, it was more difficult and therefore more terrifying. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng received the news, he went to the scene to investigate. When he discovered that the situation was more serious than he had expected, he immediately mobilized the Special Operations Force's technical personnel to seal off the scene. He planned to send everything at the scene, including the soil and ashes, to the Special Operations Force's laboratory. From what they knew about the phenomenon of spontaneous combustion, there was nothing with a high ignition point that could burn the materials used to make advanced cars to ashes in a matter of seconds. Moreover, it had been burned very cleanly. There was no stench emitted by burning plastic or chemical materials. Similarly, there was no industrial pollution. What did this mean? This meant that the car had reached an extremely high temperature in an instant, then quickly and fully combusted everything into carbon dioxide, so there was no discomfort. It was only the phenomenon of a car's spontaneous combustion, but Hu Xiaoheng's analysis already covered the most sophisticated knowledge and theories in the fields of environmental protection, chemical engineering, materials, high-energy physics, and weaponry. Gu Nianji listened in awe and couldn't help asking He Zhichu, Professor He, what's so special about your car? He Zhichu crossed his arms and tilted his head to look out of the car. When he heard Gu Nianji's question, he turned around and shrugged. No. He paused, then said lazily, even if there was, I wouldn't know. I'm just a law professor. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled but didn't expose He Zhichu. With He Zhichu's abilities, he was only a law professor. He Zhichu had underestimated him. If Hu Xiaoheng's guess was correct, He Zhichu's car had been modified. That was why it could accelerate at high speed and produce a sonic boom. Knowing that He Zhichu had discovered it, He Zhichu had resolutely cut off his arm to survive and destroyed the entire car. So what was the point of suspecting him? He wouldn't give him any evidence at all. But it didn't matter. Hu Xiaoheng was the most patient when it came to waiting. The three of them didn't speak again and drove back to the university in silence. It was only 10:55, so it wasn't time to close yet. Hu Xiaoheng drove He Zhichu directly to the professor's building. He Zhichu frowned and said, you should take Nianji back to her dorm first. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even turn around. With one hand on the steering wheel, he said calmly, we have to respect our teachers. He Zhichu was speechless. He unbuckled his seatbelt with a dark expression and opened the door. He then kicked it shut. Hu Xiaoheng rolled down the window and waved at him from inside. Then he stepped on the gas and sped away like an arrow. Gu Nianji was just about to unbuckle her seatbelt and get out of the car, but she didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to quickly drive away. Gu Nianji looked at the road ahead. After a while, she said with surprise, this isn't the direction to my dorm. Yeah, this is the direction to our new house. Gu Nianji was speechless. You promised to take me back to my dorm. Gu Nianji was angry. How can you go back on your word? When did I promise? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and put an arm around her clenched fist. He gripped it tightly with a smile in his eyes. I said I would take Professor He back to school first. He was too cunning. Gu Nianji once again felt that Hu Xiaoheng was different from before. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. She turned her head away and said unhappily, you never lied to me before. You never ignored me before. Hu Xiaoheng patted her hand. His deep and dark eyes lingered on her pouting lips for a moment. His voice instantly deepened. Be a good girl and sit tight. We'll be there soon. Gu Nianji's second-hand house wasn't far from school. After Hu Xiaoheng drove out of B University, he arrived at the underground parking lot of Hipingli Building A in 10 minutes. Gu Nianji saw her flashy bright red Ferrari already parked in a separate compartment in the parking lot. Get out. Hu Xiaoheng parked the car and walked over to Gu Nianji to open the door for her. Gu Nianji sat in the car without moving. She said coldly, I want to go back to school. Get out. Hu Xiaoheng said again. He seemed to be a little impatient. Gu Nianji thought to herself, it's good that he's impatient. It's best if he gets annoyed with me. Then we'll drift apart in the future. She still sat in the car without moving. Hu Xiaoheng saw that she still didn't move and nodded. You like being in the car? Okay. He walked back to the driver's side and opened the door to get in. He started the car and reversed it out of the parking lot. Then he drove to a blind spot of the surveillance cameras and stopped. Hu Xiaoheng pressed the button again. The entire car's tint gradually darkened. Most of the lights in the parking lot were blocked. Only blurry shadows could be seen. Gu Nianji originally thought that Hu Xiaoheng had given in and was driving her back to school. She didn't expect him to stop here. She was still thinking too much. How could Hu Xiaoheng give in? Gu Nianji looked around and became vigilant. What are you doing? Hu Xiaoheng's face was tense. He unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to her. He nimbly held her shoulder with one hand and tucked the other into the black hair at the back of her head. He lowered his head and kissed her lips without hesitation. He didn't know how long it had been since he last kissed her. As soon as he touched her soft lips, Hu Xiaoheng felt his brain explode. His rationality and restraint all collapsed. At first, he only wanted to do it lightly and scare her. But she tasted sweeter than he remembered. His lips pressed against hers and couldn't be separated anymore. He was so forceful that it was no longer a kiss, but a sucking. It made her lips burn and hurt. This was the first update. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes. Dear friends, please vote if you have monthly votes. 4,500 additional updates at 1 o'clock p.m. Third update at 7 o'clock p.m. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chigen coins yesterday. Also, regarding the number of balls needed to claim the Hanwoo Alliance fan title, it was said that the balls would be reset to 0 every day. Then the more people claimed it, the more balls needed. Dear friends who claimed it early in the morning only needed 5 balls. At night, it might need 25 or 50. Mwah. Chapter 783. Hu Xiaoheng was extremely strong, and he was excited. His arms wrapped around Gu Nianji so tightly that she could barely breathe. Hot air rose from his chest, bringing with it an intoxicating scent. He enveloped Gu Nianji in his own scent. Her breath was filled with him. He wanted to fill her from the inside out, from top to bottom, from body to heart. Gu Nianji felt a little dizzy. She subconsciously wanted to resist, but the delicious scent made her unable to move. Her entire body was almost frozen. Hu Xiaoheng's lips were practically sucking on hers. He kissed her lips over and over again, tirelessly. Gu Nianji only slowly came back to her senses when Hu Xiaoheng kissed her lips so hard that she started to feel pain. She struggled in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and raised her arms from under Hu Xiaoheng's body. She held on to his shoulders and wanted to push him away. However, Hu Xiaoheng used one hand to clamp both of her hands. He lifted them up and pressed them against the back of the seat. His strong chest took advantage of the situation to press her down. The softness of her chest almost drowned him. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but press even tighter. The two of them were so close that he could even feel her vigorous heartbeat from his chest. Therefore, his kisses became even more unrestrained. Like a wine lover who encountered an irresistible fine wine, he indulged himself in it. Gu Nianji quietly opened her eyes and saw his handsome face inches away. He was so close that she could even count his long and thick eyelashes. His tall nose pressed against hers, and his hot breath intertwined with hers. Every time he moved around her lips, the tip of his straight nose would gently touch her cheek. It was as light as a butterfly's wings, making her feel cherished. However, his strong restraint made her resist it from the bottom of her heart. Gu Nianji opened her lips slightly when he was very engrossed in sucking. She wanted to bite him like last time. However, Hu Xiaoheng seemed to be on guard. Her lips parted slightly, and Hu Xiaoheng's other hand suddenly pinched her delicate jaw, preventing her from moving. She could only open her mouth helplessly, allowing the tip of his powerful tongue to penetrate deep into her lips. Hu Xiaoheng lowered his eyes and pressed his lips against hers over and over again. He tasted the sweetness on her lips and swept his tongue between her lips. The tip of his tongue probed into her mouth and suppressed her delicate tongue. She kept trying to escape, but there was no way to retreat. Lips and tongues tangled, helping each other in times of need. But the feeling of his jaw being shackled and his hands being restrained was not pleasant. Gu Nianji's lips were numb, and Hu Xiaoheng's strong body pressed heavily against hers. Her heart twitched, and she suddenly felt sad. Tears filled her eyes, but she tried her best to keep them open, not wanting the tears to fall. He couldn't cry, he definitely couldn't cry. She could not cry in front of him again. Because she was holding back her tears, her body became even more stiff. Even Hu Xiaoheng could feel it. Gradually waking up from the uncontrollable emotions, Hu Xiaoheng slowly stopped kissing her, but he still maintained his original position. Chest to chest, lips to lips, they quietly leaned against each other. He opened his eyes and saw clearly that there were tears in her eyes. Gu Nianji's eyes were red, and the tip of her small nose was also red, but she tried her best to control the tears and not let them fall. Those tear-filled eyes made his heart ache. Why was she so stubborn? When she first wanted to be with him, she was also this stubborn. She was so stubborn that he couldn't ignore her. Unknowingly, she had taken root in his heart. But now that she wanted to leave him, she was also this stubborn. Even if it meant completely removing her from his heart, she wouldn't hesitate. Hu Xiaoheng put down the hand clamping down on her and released her jaw. He cupped her cheek with one hand and gently slid his thumb over her eyes. Gu Nianji tried to hold it in and finally forced the tears back down. Biting her lip, she turned her face away and said in a muffled voice, "Can Mr. Hu be merciful and let go of me now?" Hu Xiaoheng stroked her head, his voice a little hoarse. "Nianji, you're crushing me. I can't breathe." Gu Nianji still turned her head away and refused to look at him. She felt wronged. "You only know how to bully me," Hu Xiaoheng sighed and called her again. "Nianji." Gu Nianji glared at him and pushed the car door. She found it was locked tightly and wouldn't open no matter how hard she tried. "Nianji, I'm pursuing you. This kind of thing is very normal." Hu Xiaoheng finally moved away from her and sat up straight in the driver's seat. "If I don't have this kind of sexual interest in you, then there's something wrong. For a man to love a woman, there must at least be sexual attraction. This was an important mark that distinguished love between a man and a woman from other feelings." Gu Nianji wasn't an ignorant girl. She was well-read and had a photographic memory. Her understanding of feelings wasn't shallow, so she didn't have any psychological barriers when it came to sleeping with the man she loved. It was because it was love, and when the conditions were right, success would follow. But now it was different. Gu Nianji couldn't help but look at him and clench her fists. "Then did you ask me? I didn't want it, so you forced me. Would you agree if I asked you?" "Of course not." "Then why did I ask you?" Hu Xiaoheng's answer was short and forceful, and his logic was self-contained. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and only reacted after a while. Robber logic. You only found out today. Hu Xiaoheng leaned against the steering wheel and looked at her sideways. His calm expression was determined and domineering. Negotiating while shooting people's heads, that's my principle. Gu Nianji groaned and closed her eyes to rub her forehead. That's right, how could she forget? When she was with Hu Xiaoheng in the Special Operations Forces, she had seen with her own eyes the negotiation skills he and his team used for overseas rescues. That was, never negotiating with kidnappers and never compromising. The so-called negotiation was a technique to buy time to shoot the kidnappers' heads. You're treating me like a prisoner. This is too much. Gu Nianji scolded him in a low voice. She was very angry. You don't even want to carry out what you personally promised. You're already unilaterally tearing up the agreement. Why should I talk about morality and principles with you? Hu Xiaoheng turned off the car and took out the key. He said calmly, if you want me to treat you as one of my own and not a prisoner, then abide by the agreement between us. I promise to spoil you to death. Gu Nianji, how could he spoil someone like that? Besides, did she want to be spoiled? Gu Nianji's eyes were about to burst into flames. She gritted her teeth and said, Hu Xiaoheng. Spoiling is not love. Do you understand? The person who doesn't understand is you. To me, spoiling is love. If I don't love you, why would I spoil you? Hu Xiaoheng leaned over to unfasten her seatbelt. His eyes were stern. Get out of the car. We have all night to study this problem. It was the second night, and the monthly tickets had been delivered at 4,500 plus one night. Today was the last day of the double monthly tickets. If you have monthly tickets, please vote. 7 p.m., the third night. Mwah. Chapter 784. Could she not get out? Gu Nianji stayed in the car again. Hu Xiaoheng ignored her and got out from the driver's side. He walked over to Gu Nianji's side and opened the door. He said again, get out. Gu Nianji felt a sense of danger. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng's cold expression and gritted her teeth. I want to go back to school. Gu Nianji, haven't you always wanted to prove that you've grown up? But you look like a child who hasn't grown up yet. You still want to talk to me about equality. Hu Xiaoheng knocked on the car door and said threateningly, don't make me do it. Gu Nianji became even more furious and blurted out, I'm a child who hasn't grown up yet. But you're touching me. And what are you? Yes, I'm not a good person. Isn't that what you want to say? I'm a pervert. Hu Xiaoheng leaned in and carried her out of the car. Do you want to taste what it's like to be a real pervert? Gu Nianji was so angry that she swung her claws at him. Hu Xiaoheng tilted his head to avoid Gu Nianji's fingers, but his neck wasn't so lucky. She scratched it. Gu Nianji's dizzy mind finally cleared up when she saw the blood. She bit her lip and looked at Hu Xiaoheng anxiously. Why didn't you dodge? Don't tell me you couldn't dodge. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her for a while and put her down. He leaned against his side and said, Nianji, if you want people to treat you like an adult, you have to act like one. How am I not acting like an adult? Gu Nianji was very unhappy. Her slightly swollen lips pouted again. You're obviously prejudiced against me. She also knew that she had grown up with Hu Xiaoheng. Perhaps in Hu Xiaoheng's heart, no matter what she did, she would always be the child who listened to him and looked up to him, but she was already an adult. Was he the one who didn't understand, or was she the one who didn't understand? Gu Nianji was so frustrated that she wanted to walk in circles. I have my opinion, and you have yours. We seek common ground. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her swollen mouth and couldn't look away. He couldn't help but lean down and hold her face in his hands. I'm going to kiss you again. Don't be angry. This time, he didn't suddenly kiss her. He even greeted her in advance, but he was still unreasonable. Gu Nianji loosened her hands and wanted to push him away, but this time, his kiss was extremely gentle. He didn't suck hard or suck hard. He only rubbed his lips against hers. His strength was just right, and the warmth of the kiss went directly from her lips to her heart. The gentler the touch, the more intense the numbness, the more intense the electric shock. Just like when a cold wind blew, people would wrap their coats tightly around themselves. But when the warm spring breeze blew, people would automatically take off their coats and put on beautiful unlined clothes. Before Gu Nianji realized what was going on, she had already wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaoheng's waist and was kissing him back. Hua Xiaoheng's body stiffened for a moment, then he increased the intensity of the kiss. He didn't even limit himself to her lips, but kissed her cheeks, her nose, her forehead, and even her eyes. Gu Nianji only woke up when he was too excited and used too much force. Realizing that she was actually kissing Hua Xiaoheng back, she quickly let go and turned her head to avoid his kiss. She panted slightly and said, "Okay, this is the parking lot. Aren't you afraid that someone will secretly take pictures of you?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't force her. He pressed her head against his chest and said calmly, "I'm not afraid. I'm kissing my wife. What's wrong with that?" Gu Nianji was speechless. The two of them quietly snuggled for a while before Hua Xiaoheng let go of her. He turned back to the car and took out a paper bag with Gu Nianji's pink diamond crown inside. He closed the door and locked the car. He held Gu Nianji's hand with his other hand and walked to the elevator in the parking lot. Gu Nianji didn't refuse or say anything. He held her hand and led her to the 6th floor. Room 602 on the 6th floor was the second-hand house Gu Nianji had bought. She used the key card to open the door. The room was so dark that she couldn't even see her fingers. Hua Xiaoheng pressed a few switches by the wall, and the room suddenly lit up. Gu Nianji's attention was immediately drawn to the room. It was completely different from how she remembered it. The entire room had been refurbished and renovated. The flooring used to be log flooring, and the walls were painted with light-colored waterproof paint. The renovation was very elegant, but the texture of the things couldn't stand up to scrutiny. They were a bit cheap. Gu Nianji noticed it at the time, but thought it was just right for her, so she didn't nitpick. But now that the room had been refurbished, it was immediately different. The flooring was obviously high-quality cherry wood. It was a very warm reddish-brown color, and the grain of the wood was clearly visible. There was a vestibule where she entered the room, so she could no longer see the entire living room as soon as she entered. Hua Xiaoheng opened the shoe cabinet at the vestibule and said, "Change your shoes." Gu Nianji took off her boots and changed into a pair of furry soft-soled slippers. It was the brand she was used to wearing in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Walking in from the vestibule, she saw that the entire living room was so-called modern minimalist, but it was simple but not cheap. It took even more effort than the opulence. Hua Xiaoheng had indeed spent a lot of effort to refurbish this house, especially since it only took 2 weeks. Gu Nianji walked around each room. Hua Xiaoheng took her to the bedroom and found the hidden safe at the back of the closet. He told her the password and how to open it, then put her pink diamond crown inside. "I'll bring you a brocade box tomorrow. You can put the crown in the brocade box so it'll be better preserved." Gu Nianji nodded, then went to the guest room next to the bedroom to look around. As soon as she entered, she discovered that the only guest room had been renovated into a study. It seemed to be Hua Xiaoheng's things. Gu Nianji walked out of the guest room and knocked on the door. Hua Xiaoheng walked over to take a look. "What's the problem? What's with this room? I don't remember wanting a study." Gu Nianji raised a brow. "I bought this house myself. Why would a single woman leave a study for a man?" Although they were already married, Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng had agreed that their marriage would not be made public until Gu Nianji acknowledged it. Therefore, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't use the fact that they were already married as a reason to ask her. Single women also have suitors and boyfriends. Hu Xiaoheng reminded her. I'm pursuing you. You agreed. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and walked around Hu Xiaoheng a few times. She couldn't help but ask, Hu Xiao, aren't you embarrassed to say something like that? Why would I be embarrassed? Hu Xiaoheng was calm and composed. He walked to the study, sat down, and turned on the computer. It was his work computer, so of course it was placed there for convenience. You're only pursuing me, but you've already gotten what you want. Do you know what it means to pursue? Gu Nianji raised her chin. Do you want to ask Brother Xiong how he pursued Chi-Chi? Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Are you Chi-Chi? No. Am I Big Xiong? Of course not. Then why did you force me to pursue you like other people do? Hu Xiaoheng said without turning his head. At the same time, he turned off the computer and stood up to walk to her. It's already very late. Go take a shower. I'll run the water for you, okay? It was the third watch. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes. Everyone, vote if you have them. Mwah. Chapter 785. Gu Nianji stood motionless at the door of the study and looked at Hu Xiaoheng quietly. His deep, dark eyes seemed to contain a fire, but it was hidden in a pool of autumn water. What's wrong? Hu Xiaoheng took her hand. Don't you know where the bathroom is? He had just gone to see it, but now he said she didn't know where the bathroom was. Did he think she was a dumb girl? Gu Nianji stared at him and broke free of her hand. She rubbed her left wrist with her right hand and said dryly, if that's the case, I don't want this house anymore. Just treat it as a gift to Hu Xiao to thank you for raising me for so many years. She turned to leave. Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect Gu Nianji to be so stubborn and was slightly taken aback. Seeing that Gu Nianji had already walked to the entrance, Hu Xiaoheng strode after her and grabbed her wrist again. Nianji. Stop it. I'm not. Gu Nianji stumbled and almost fell. She leaned back and fell right into Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng wrapped his arms around her from behind. His broad chest was like a mountain, able to shelter her from the wind and rain. Nianji, what do you want? Hu Xiaoheng was a little helpless. Acting out of spite won't solve anything. But forcing me to accept what I don't want won't solve anything either. Gu Nianji didn't struggle anymore. She looked down at Hu Xiaoheng's arms in front of her. They were strong, and he could immobilize her with one hand. Hu Xiaoheng opened his mouth to ask her what she didn't want, but he was worried that she would say something she would regret in the future. So he swallowed his words. The girl in his arms was fragile and self-abased, but she was smart and proud. Such contradictory emotions gathered on her and had a mysterious charm. To be honest, Hu Xiaoheng knew that she wasn't actually suitable for him when they first started. In a sense, General Ji, Speaker Long, and his father Hu Guanchen's concerns were all reasonable. In the beginning, he was mostly responsible for her. But when feelings developed to a certain extent, it was no longer rational. The two of them had been together for so long, and she wasn't the only one who had fallen in love. After he understood her feelings, he immediately set about the marriage. With Gu Nianji's background, it was almost impossible for her to marry someone like Hu Xiaoheng. But he did everything he could to make the impossible possible. However, Gu Nianji didn't understand these things, and what she cared about wasn't whether or not she could get married. Although she was extremely smart and skilled in her profession, when it came to relationships, she was only a 19-year-old girl. Compared to him, who was about to turn 30 years old, he did think differently in this regard. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes were as dark as the night sky. He tightened his arms around her and finally compromised. This is your house. I'll take my things away tomorrow. Gu Nianji thought she had misheard Hu Xiaoheng's sudden surrender. A surge of heat rose in her chest, rising all the way to the bottom of her eyes, almost turning into tears. Gu Nianji was stunned for a full minute before she blinked and stopped her tears. She turned around in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and stood facing him. She didn't miss the flash of sadness in the depths of his eyes. After being in the military for so many years, she had gone to the highest intelligence agencies in all major countries. When had Major General Huo of the Huaxia Empire ever given in? He was an iron-blooded man who wouldn't compromise even in a hail of bullets, but he had backed down to this extent in front of her. Gu Nianji really felt guilty. Wasn't she going too far? Had she hurt Hu Xiaoheng by being so resolute? Hu Xiaoheng looked intently at her in his arms. He pursed his lips and continued, "Give me some time. I'll get Big Xiong to pack my things tomorrow." Gu Nianji looked down, her full lips moving. Finally, she whispered, "You can still come over in the future, just like Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe." At least she didn't insist on giving up the house. Hu Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to coax the little girl. He hugged her tightly and kissed her cheek. "Okay, go take a shower now. I'll run the water for you." "Okay," Gu Nianji answered obediently. "I'll go get my clothes." Hu Xiaoheng went to the bathroom while Gu Nianji returned to the bedroom to find her pajamas. She opened the closet and immediately saw the black t-shirt she had been using as pajamas. It was Hu Xiaoheng's regular uniform from the army. A brand new stack was placed in the closet's compartment. She grabbed one and a pair of underwear before going to the bathroom. In the bathroom, the water was already filled. Hu Xiaoheng half knelt in front of the bathtub and added essential oil to the water. Gu Nianji sniffed. It was her favorite Bulgarian rose essential oil. Hu Xiaoheng tested the water temperature and turned to see Gu Nianji standing at the bathroom door. She was still holding his long black t-shirt. "It's done. You can take a shower." Hu Xiaoheng stood up. Gu Nianji stepped aside at the door and watched Hu Xiaoheng walk out. She breathed a sigh of relief again. Luckily, Hu Xiaoheng didn't make any further requests. Gu Nianji closed the bathroom door with a smile and began to take a bath. Hu Xiaoheng returned to the study and checked his email. He then sent In Shixiang a message to tell him to pack his things tomorrow afternoon. Today was Saturday, and tomorrow was Sunday. He still had the whole day. The door to the study wasn't closed. After a while, he heard the bathroom door open and close. Hu Xiaoheng knew Gu Nianji was done. He sat in the study and didn't move until Gu Nianji came to say goodnight. He then turned to look at her and said, "It's late. Go to bed." Gu Nianji nodded and smiled as she returned to her bedroom. This was the first night she had spent in the house she had bought. It was truly a memorable day. Gu Nianji returned to bed and pulled back the blankets to lie down. The bed, blankets, and sheets were all the brands and models she was used to using in the Special Operations Forces. Therefore, she didn't feel like choosing a bed at all. Soon, her eyelids were heavy, and she fell asleep. Gu Nianji woke up in the middle of the night from the fever. She had a dream that she was sleeping next to a grill. In her dream, she kept fanning herself and muttering, "Why is it so hot? Isn't it already the end of October?" In the imperial capital, the end of October and the beginning of November was almost the day when central heating would be installed. Finally, she woke up covered in sweat and found that there was an extra person in her bed. It was Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger. How could this person be like this? They had already agreed, but he was going back on his word. But when she saw what Hu Xiaoheng was wearing, she was instantly speechless. Because Hu Xiaoheng hadn't changed his clothes. He was still wearing his military uniform. He was sleeping outside her blankets and hugging her tightly with the blankets. No wonder she felt so hot, but Hu Xiaoheng's hands were a bit cold. The air conditioner in the bedroom would automatically be lowered at night. Because he had to sleep with the blankets, the temperature would be the same as during the day. Gu Nianji was fine with the blankets covering her, but Hu Xiaoheng was only wearing a military shirt and trousers. It was still a bit cold at night. Gu Nianji stared blankly at Hu Xiaoheng's sleeping appearance. His features were exquisite and had a kind of fierce handsomeness. He was especially attractive when he was silent. Now that he was asleep, he didn't have the intimidating aura he had when he was awake, but he was even more handsome and extraordinary. Gu Nianji looked at him for a while and reached out a slender finger to gently push him. Hu Xiaoheng didn't wake up. Gu Nianji pushed him again, this time with more force. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to finally wake up. He didn't even open his eyes as he muttered, "Nianji, stop it." Then his hands lifted the blankets as if they had a mind of their own. He squeezed under the warm blankets and sighed with satisfaction. Gu Nianji froze because the next moment, Hu Xiaoheng had already hugged her in his arms and found a comfortable position. Soon, she could hear his breathing even and gentle, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Gu Nianji was speechless and used her hand to push him again. "Hu Xiao, go sleep in the study. Stop it, I haven't slept for 4 days." Hu Xiaoheng mumbled again, then couldn't wake up at all. Gu Nianji was just about to yell in his ear for him to leave, but when she heard this, she suddenly couldn't yell anymore. He hadn't slept for 4 days, he wasn't made of iron. How could his body take it? At this time, Gu Nianji was no longer worried that Hu Xiaoheng would go wild and do something indescribable to her that she didn't want to. She was only worried that she would wake up Hu Xiaoheng's hard-won sleep. So she obediently lay in Hu Xiaoheng's arms, closed her eyes, and even slowed her breathing for fear of waking him. After counting a few hundred sheep like this, Gu Nianji also fell asleep. Not long after she fell asleep, Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes and stared fixedly at Gu Nianji. The corners of his mouth twitched, then he hugged her tightly with satisfaction and kissed the top of her head. He rested his cheek on her hair and really fell asleep. He wasn't lying. He really hadn't slept for 4 days. The German Federal Intelligence Service was retaliating against them, and only then did Hu Xiaoheng realize that many of their things were actually in the hands of the Germans. However, the Germans hadn't made a move yet, probably because they were waiting for an opportunity. Hu Xiaoheng spent a lot of effort to transfer all the Special Operations Forces field personnel out of Germany without any casualties. He planned to wait for the news to die down before sending new people over. Fortunately, the information Gu Nianji sent back gave them a deeper understanding of the German Federal Intelligence Service and made it easier to crack their passwords. Of course, the Germans knew that their encrypted files had been stolen, so all the passwords were immediately changed. However, the principles behind their passwords didn't change. Gu Nianji's achievement was no longer in getting them ready-made passwords, but in getting all the system files back for them. Zhao Liangzhou led a 20-person cutting-edge technical team to deal with the millions of emails Gu Nianji had sent back day and night. They needed to categorize, integrate, decipher, summarize, and then give the specific intelligence unit in charge to interpret and analyze. None of these things could be done in a day or two. However, for Hu Xiaoheng, not sleeping for 4 days wasn't unbearable. His highest record was not sleeping for 7 days and 7 nights. On Sunday morning, the sun shone through the gauze curtains into Gu Nianji's bedroom. Gu Nianji didn't want to get up and wanted to go back to sleep. She hugged the quilt and arched her body sideways in the quilt. Suddenly, she was hit by something hard behind her. This was the first watch. Today was Monday, so everyone had forgotten their recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets of $5,000 at 1 o'clock noon. Third watch at 7 o'clock p.m. P.S. Thank you to Glutinous Rice Candy Cake for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. In the morning, I reminded everyone to try to get the fan title of Cambrian Alliance. It might only cost 5 Chidian coins in the morning. Chapter 786. That thing was pressed against the bottom of her soft and bouncy breasts. She accidentally rubbed against it and it immediately swelled up. The heat was so hot that it felt like it was about to burn. Gu Nianji's eyes widened and her entire body stiffened. She remembered that she found Hu Xiaoheng sleeping outside her blanket in the middle of the night. Her heart softened and she let him slip under the blanket. Men's mornings were really indescribable. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and slowly moved her body to the other side of the bed. Hu Xiaoheng had also woken up at that moment. He lazily pulled Gu Nianji back into his arms and lowered his head to take a deep breath at the back of her neck. His deep, nasal voice was so soothing that it almost made her ears pregnant. "You're awake. Why are you hiding?" Gu Nianji squirmed unhappily but couldn't say it. She could only try her best to move forward and try not to touch Hu Xiaoheng's indescribable part equals. Hu Xiaoheng seemed to understand and chuckled quietly in her ear. His voice was deep and magnetic, full of indescribable temptation. He bit Gu Nianji's earlobe and mumbled, "You're a top student. Haven't you learned about physical hygiene? Normal men have an erection in the morning." Of course Gu Nianji knew what was going on. Even if she wasn't a top student, she had already done it with Hu Xiaoheng. She wouldn't be unreasonable and ask, "What's that hard thing?" That wasn't naive or innocent. That was naive and sweet seduction. But she just felt uncomfortable and didn't want to be so close to him. "Since you're already awake, shouldn't you go to the guest room?" Gu Nianji closed her eyes and tried to suggest as calmly as possible. "I'm tired. I can't move." Hu Xiaoheng sighed and wrapped his arms around her. One arm went under her body and formed a circle with the other to encircle her and hold her in his arms. "Sleep with me for a while." As soon as Hu Xiaoheng said that, Gu Nianji recalled how he had mumbled, "I haven't slept for 4 days, last night." Her heart tightened, and she hesitated for a moment before saying quietly, "Lack of sleep is very harmful to the body. You know. Then why did you stay up late?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes. He hugged Gu Nianji and took a deep sniff of her neck. "What perfume did you use? Who wears perfume to sleep?" Gu Nianji shifted her shoulders. "Do you think everyone is Marilyn Monroe? You only wear Chanel, No. 5 when you sleep." Hu Xiaoheng didn't reply. He began kissing Gu Nianji's exposed shoulder. Her delicate and soft shoulders were complemented by the black t-shirt. Her skin was whiter than snow, and in the bedroom where the first rays of dawn had just appeared, it seemed to be enveloped in a layer of sparkling light. He crossed his arms in front of Gu Nianji, and their bodies were bent into the shape of 2 spoons. He deliberately sucked on her shoulder until a small strawberry mark appeared on her snow-white shoulder. Gu Nianji's heart was about to jump out of her chest, and her breathing became erratic. Panicking, she grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's folded hands and panted, You haven't slept for 4 days. Let's catch up on some sleep. I'm about to get up." Hu Xiaoheng kissed her earlobe and whispered in her ear. "Nianji, when do you plan to say yes to my pursuit?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "Isn't that too soon? You've only been pursuing me for a few days." Gu Nianji immediately felt her heartbeat return to normal. "You can't resist anymore." Hu Xiaoheng sighed. "Fine, I can continue pursuing you, but you can't hide from me anymore." Gu Nianji was indeed planning on hiding. She had always thought that as long as they didn't see each other and didn't interact, then no matter how deep their relationship was, it would disappear. However, Hu Xiaoheng refused to let go. Although he didn't have much time, he would contact her, call her, or directly see her whenever he had the chance. However, Gu Nianji had just walked out of that self-destructive infatuation, and she really didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. Or rather, she still didn't have the confidence to grow old with a man like Hu Xiaoheng. This man was too good, so good that even she felt inferior. Seeing that she was still silent, Hu Xiaoheng exerted force in his arms and turned her over to face him. With his head tilted, he continued to ask. What are you afraid of? I'm already married to you. What are you still worried about? After marriage, we can still get a divorce. Mr. Hua, in modern society, a marriage certificate really doesn't mean anything, Gu Nianji replied calmly. She used her hand to support Hu Xiaoheng's chest and tried not to get too close to him. However, when Hu Xiaoheng tightened his arms, her perky breasts bounced up like a little bunny and bumped into his hard chest. It really hurt a little. Divorce? Nianji, I won't get a divorce, Hu Xiaoheng said unhappily. You won't. But I remember that you said if I still don't want it after 3 years, you'll cancel our marriage. Gu Nianji felt that something was wrong and immediately found a loophole in Hu Xiaoheng's words. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and thought that his mind really wasn't very clear in the morning. He really had to be vigilant at all times when talking to someone like Gu Nianji, who had a particularly good memory. Yes, but don't forget that you should be with me for these 3 years. If you haven't even tried, then you've been putting me off for the past 3 years. Hu Xiaoheng quickly took control of the conversation. If you keep avoiding it, our 3 years will be postponed. He hugged Gu Nianji tightly and shook her up. Gu Nianji's perky breasts bounced up again and bumped into his chest softly. After a few times, Gu Nianji finally understood what he was doing. Her snow-white face instantly flushed red and she scolded him in a low voice. What are you doing? I'm trying to quench my thirst. Hu Xiaoheng chuckled quietly, then moved closer to her ear and made a request that he knew she wouldn't agree to, but couldn't help but ask. As expected, Gu Nianji groaned. No. Then when can we do it? Can you give me a deadline? Hu Xiaoheng straightened his body and pushed her forward. Look, it really misses you. Gu Nianji felt her face burn. How could Hu Xiaoheng say something so shameful? When can we do it? Hu Xiaoheng continued to ask. I won't force you, but you won't deliberately make things difficult for me, right? Gu Nianji was speechless. After a while, Gu Nianji looked down and pressed her hands against Hu Xiaoheng's chest. She whispered, I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet, so you can't do that with me. Then when will you be my girlfriend? Hu Xiaoheng felt like his body was about to explode. He seemed to have overestimated his self-control. Sleeping in the same bed as Gu Nianji made it so hard for him to control himself. I said I'll think about it. You can continue pursuing me. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng and suddenly smiled. Her large black eyes flashed as she said slyly. She'll be yours when I get her. It was the second update, and the monthly ticket of 5,000 plus updates had arrived. Today was Monday, so they had forgotten the recommendation list. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 787. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng remembered what he had said to Gu Nianji back then, come flirt with me. If you succeed, I'll be yours. Gu Nianji's words were almost exactly the same as his back then. Was the little girl taking revenge now? Hu Xiaoheng wanted to laugh, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't let it go. It was as if a small hand had appeared in his hardened heart, constantly scratching and making his heart itch. Just when he couldn't take it anymore, it disappeared. She was right in front of him, but she had a serious expression at such a charming moment. She was like the sparkling dew on the willow branch in the Guanyin Bodhisattva's vase. Fresh, weak, but full of unimaginable vitality. Okay, if I succeed, you'll be mine. Before I succeed, you can't be with anyone else. Hua Xiaoheng kissed Gu Nianji's mouth and kissed her hard. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a silent agreement. He then lifted the blankets and got out of bed to go to the bathroom. Gu Nianji was angry and amused at the same time. She thought to herself, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a silent agreement. This person was always too much. Hua Xiaoheng stayed in the bathroom for a long time, so long that Gu Nianji thought he might have fallen asleep in the bathtub again. Gu Nianji thought that if she didn't sleep for 4 days and 4 nights, she would probably fall asleep standing on the road. She quickly put on her shoes and went to the bathroom door to knock. Hua Xiao. Are you done? Hua Xiaoheng was at a critical juncture. As soon as he heard Gu Nianji's voice, his hand trembled. He closed his eyes and let the aftertaste of release flow through his body. He said lazily, yeah, I'll shower right away. Then she heard the sound of water running in the shower. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment and came back to her senses. Her face was a bit red, but she tried her best to remain calm. She covered her head with the blankets and continued to sleep. Although she couldn't sleep, she still kept her eyes closed on the bed. After a while, she heard the bathroom door open. It was Hua Xiaoheng coming out of the shower. Gu Nianji lifted the blankets to look and suddenly felt like her nose was going to bleed. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't wearing a bathrobe. He only had a white towel wrapped around his waist. His skin was a shiny brown in the morning light. His shoulders were broad and strong, but his waistline was slim and strong. 2 distinct mermaid lines wound around his 8-pack and went straight down to the towel around his waist. Below the waist were all legs, slender and straight, containing tremendous explosive power. Gu Nianji quickly closed her eyes and said, you can wear my pajamas. Anyway, her pajamas were his t-shirt, so there was no problem wearing it. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Yeah, couple's pajamas. Gu Nianji's eyes flew open, and she couldn't help but want to punch the bed. She knew that she shouldn't have been so kind. Hua Xiaoheng opened the closet and found a black t-shirt to put on. He then went to the study next door to find some clothes he had left there to change into. After putting on his underwear, he brought a box over and put his daily necessities and clothes into it. He carried the box to Gu Nianji's bedroom and placed it in her closet. Gu Nianji slept on the bed with her back to him and covered herself from head to toe in the blankets. She had no idea what he was doing. Closing the closet door, Hua Xiaoheng returned to the bed and pulled the blankets away to lie down again. The pleasant smell of cool water filled the blankets. Gu Nianji really liked the smell of this male perfume. The shower gel she had bought for Hua Xiaoheng was from this brand. She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to also prepare a set of these things and put them here. Didn't you take a shower? Why are you still sleeping? Gu Nianji was unhappy and turned to see the black t-shirt Hua Xiaoheng was wearing. It was exactly the same as what she was wearing. She wanted to take it off immediately. But seeing Hua Xiaoheng's meaningful gaze, how could she dare to take it off? I'm sleepy. I'll sleep a bit more. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her into his arms and closed his eyes. I'm very happy that you can let me wear couple's pajamas with you. Gu Nianji couldn't help rolling her eyes. This is the only thing I have here that you can wear. Do you want me to wear my nightgown? Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. Still not admitting it. Little liar. This kind of intimate address was like returning to the time when the two of them were sweet. At that time, she had been satisfied looking up to him with all her heart. She should have always maintained an attitude of looking up to him but keeping a distance. Then she wouldn't have been so sad and disappointed later. Gu Nianji's mood sank. She also closed her eyes and said very sincerely, I really didn't. You're thinking too much. Hua Xiaoheng patted her back casually and didn't argue with her. He changed the topic and said, why have you been so busy lately? Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Hua Xiaoheng still knew her the best. I want to graduate early. I told you before, but it's been decided recently. Gu Nianji turned her body. Wait for me to work hard for 4 months. No, only 3 months. After the spring festival, I can graduate. Can you handle it? Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes and carefully looked at her face. Her skin was flawless and translucent. Because she was young, her skin was fresh in the morning after a good night's sleep. It was like a freshly peeled lychee. It was so tender that he could see the sweetness, and he couldn't help but want to take a bite. Her eyebrows were jade even without makeup, and her long eyelashes were dark and dense. They covered the pair of big eyes that he loved and hated at the same time. Her small nose bridge was high and straight, and the bridge of her nose was slightly curved. Paired with her curvy lips and shallow dimples at the corners of her lips, she looked like a meticulously painted beauty. And every inch of this beauty's body, Hu Xiaoheng felt like the creator had created her according to his favorite appearance. Although he knew that Gu Nianji had been staying up late recently, there were no dark circles under her eyes, and her skin wasn't sickly pale. Instead, it was glowing and fair. With a little stimulation, her snow-like cheeks looked like they had a layer of rouge on them. Her rosy complexion radiated from inside out. Not only was she unparalleled in beauty, but she also looked very healthy. Gu Nianji gradually blushed under Hu Xiaoheng's stare. She opened her eyes and met Hu Xiaoheng's deep gaze. She suddenly mustered up the courage to ask, Hu Xiao, I don't think you're the kind of person who would cling to someone after a breakup. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be to anyone else, Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly. He didn't fall for Gu Nianji's trick. Except for you. Am I that good? Gu Nianji was a bit proud and narcissistic, but also a bit nervous. She looked down and didn't dare to meet Hu Xiaoheng's eyes. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and said nonchalantly, yeah. I invested so much effort in you. You don't want to see me lose everything, do you? You treat relationships like business. Gu Nianji's face darkened. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with anger. This anger made her beauty even more vivid. Hu Xiaoheng lifted her chin and looked deeply into her eyes. You're the one who's calculated with me. I have no choice but to play along to the end. It was the third watch. Today was Monday. I forgot the recommendation ticket list for my friends. P.S. Friends who want the Cambrian Alliance fan title can claim it at midnight. That's when the system has just reset. I heard that the first thing to claim is the 5 treasures. Chapter 788. So in the end, it was all her fault. Gu Nianji felt very uncomfortable. She thought of all the things she had done for Hu Xiaoheng, the life and death she had gone through for him. The scenes replayed in her mind, and in the end, she could only say the word petty. She really couldn't bear such love. Gu Nianji's body suddenly stiffened, and she grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's arm with both hands and pushed him away. But Hu Xiaoheng was too strong, and she couldn't move him at all. Hu Xiaoheng keenly sensed that Gu Nianji's mood had dropped again, and it was even worse than last night. He quickly thought about what he had just said, and suddenly understood that the little girl was being stubborn again. Or maybe the way he had spoken was wrong. He knew that she was at a sensitive and easily angered stage, and anything he said would go over her mind a dozen times. It was hard not to think the wrong way. Hu Xiaoheng sighed inwardly and hugged Gu Nianji even tighter. Little darling, what are you thinking about? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and pouted. What else can I think about? You said I'm petty, and it's all my fault, so it's all my fault. Since I'm making things difficult for you, you don't have to brush me off. I said it before, it's better to get the pain over with. Just because I was the one who suggested breaking up, you're always unwilling to be dumped, right? I'll give you a chance, and you'll break up with me, okay? I'll Before she could finish, Hu Xiaoheng had already kissed her lips again to stop her from speaking. Gu Nianji whimpered and pushed Hu Xiaoheng away forcefully, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Hu Xiaoheng leaned on her again and kissed her lips again, blocking her mouth completely. She struggled with all her hands and feet, and was quite strong. Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to clamp her hands on the pillow, and his legs sandwiched Gu Nianji between them. His entire body was on top of her, and he finally managed to tame Gu Nianji, who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws like a little wild cat. Gu Nianji was so tired that she was panting. Hu Xiaoheng was like a mountain on top of her, and she couldn't breathe. But when she had the chance, she could still kick Hu Xiaoheng. The two of them wrestled on the bed. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng couldn't be serious with Gu Nianji, so he only used 20 to 30% of his strength. He played with her to vent her frustrations, but at the same time, he had to prevent her from hurting herself. Only when she was tired and sweaty would she feel better. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, became more energetic as the battle went on. She didn't care if Hu Xiaoheng was really backing down or pretending to back down. Anyway, she was in a bad mood right now. She was going to beat someone up to vent her frustration. She raised her leg and kicked between Hu Xiaoheng's legs. Hu Xiaoheng didn't even have to dodge. He easily caught her calf with one hand and stopped her from kicking again. However, Gu Nianji took advantage of Hu Xiaoheng's grip on her left leg to flip over. Using her left leg as a fulcrum, she somersaulted off the bed and soared into the air to straddle Hu Xiaoheng's neck. This girl's close combat grappling technique was pretty good. Hu Xiaoheng got excited and started sparring with her on the bed. He held her waist with one hand and lifted her but with the other. Just as he was about to lift her off, Gu Nianji used all her strength to wrap her arms around his neck. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers moved and poked the numb tendons on Gu Nianji's elbow. He released her arms from around his neck and growled softly. He increased the force of his lower body and used 50% of his strength to lift her up and roll onto the bed with her in his arms. Gu Nianji punched and kicked to push Hu Xiaoheng away. Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to use even more strength to suppress her. The pitiful bed creaked as they tossed and turned. Not long after, a loud crashing sound could be heard. The bed collapsed. Gu Nianji couldn't stop herself in time and was about to fall to the ground. Hu Xiaoheng reached out to hug her and rolled off the collapsed bed to become Gu Nianji's meat cushion. Gu Nianji sat on Hu Xiaoheng's waist and looked up at the collapsed bed. She was embarrassed and angry. She vented all her anger on Hu Xiaoheng. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. What kind of stupid bed did you buy? Fake, shoddy goods. I want compensation." Hu Xiaoheng knew it wasn't the bed's problem. He didn't control his strength well and exceeded the bed's tolerance. However, Gu Nianji was angry, so Hu Xiaoheng wisely didn't reason with her. He only carried her up and pressed her arms and legs. He asked, "You're not hurt anywhere, right?" "No." Gu Nianji was still angry. She turned her head and said, "It's okay even if you're hurt. It'll be fine in a few days. I'm a talented girl." Hu Xiaoheng suddenly felt sad. He hugged her and didn't speak for a long time. Gu Nianji was shocked by Hu Xiaoheng's sudden warmth. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Hu Xiaoheng in confusion. She didn't understand what was wrong with this man. He had just fought with a little girl like her. How shameless. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand and let out a long sigh. His eyes softened, and his voice became even lower and sweeter. "It was my fault today. How do you want to punish me?" "Huh?" Hu Xiao actually admitted his mistake. Yesterday, he compromised and backed down, and today, he apologized. Did the sun rise from the west? Or was the feng shui of this house especially good for her? Gu Nianji blinked and quickly glanced at the window. No, the sun still rose from the east. "It's not my fault." Gu Nianji looked at the collapsed bed and felt a headache coming on. I didn't think you were wrong in the first place. You said that other people think too much, but you think the most. Hua Xiaoheng took her hand and sat on the sofa. His attitude was very sincere. You can't wait to distort and misunderstand every word I say. Tell me, isn't this unfair to me? Gu Nianji touched her earlobe and didn't speak. She knew that she was indeed venting her anger on him. Ever since the breakup failed and she was tricked into signing the marriage certificate, she had been holding back her anger. If you have something to say, talk it out. Hua Xiaoheng saw her habitually pouting and couldn't help but carry her on his lap. He leaned over and kissed her pouting lips. Such beautiful lips are for kissing, not for throwing a tantrum. Gu Nianji quickly pursed her lips into a straight line and didn't reveal anything for him to kiss. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her chin. His voice was slow and soothing as he gently caressed her back, which was bristling with anger, and let her lean into his arms. In order to not make her feel awkward, Hua Xiaoheng thought of a topic to divert her attention. Tell me about what happened in Germany. Didn't I already tell you? I have to start from the beginning in detail. Hua Xiaoheng tapped the tip of her delicate nose. I read the Special Operations Forces operation report and felt that there were still some problems. According to the intelligence from Germany, the 2 Special Operations Forces field agents who were killed weren't killed by the Federal Intelligence Service. Gu Nianji quickly sat up. This was what she was most concerned about, and it was also what she wanted to avenge them from the bottom of her heart. It might not be them. Gu Nianji became serious. It's like this. That day, I left Tina's bar and met 2 people in the woods. They said they were sent by the Special Operations Forces to find me and even showed me their IDs. I knew they were fake the moment I saw them. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, our field agents don't carry IDs on them. Then I hit them with a stick, turned around, and ran. I hid in the woods and heard ALS come with his men to kill the 2 imposters. Then I heard them say that there were 2 more bodies in the woods. If I guessed correctly, those 2 were the real field agents, but they were already killed by the 2 imposters. Gu Nianji choked up. Aren't they very capable? How could they be killed so easily? Hua Xiaoheng muttered to himself. He patted her back subconsciously and said, since they were able to follow those 2 field agents to their destination and kill them by surprise, then there must be something that can gain the trust of those 2 field agents. You're saying there's still a mole? Gu Nianji frowned and thought about it. Yi Zitan is only a military doctor. Being able to send out photos of those 2 was already the best she could do. Yes, I also think there's still a mole. Hua Xiaoheng's dark eyes narrowed and flashed with a cold light. But this person hid it too well. There's no flaw to this day. This person's power isn't limited to the Special Operations Forces. Gu Nianji analyzed with him. I feel that this person can mobilize too many resources, and his plans are meticulous and rigorous. The only mistake is me. She pointed at herself. If it weren't for my special constitution, his plan would have succeeded perfectly. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her slender fingers. Yes, in the entire country, only Qinlai and I know about your constitution. You can completely trust him and me. Professor, he seems to know about it too. Gu Nianji hesitated but still said it. I feel that Professor, he should know a lot about me. But he doesn't say much, so I don't know what he's worried about. He Zhichu knows, but he's also keeping it a secret for you. I don't think you need to worry about that. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed imperceptibly. But if he knows about your background, why won't he say it? It's not that he won't say it, right? Gu Nianji thought about it. Didn't he remind the Gu family? Maybe he has some difficulties. You're very understanding of him, aren't you? Hua Xiaoheng was a little displeased, but he only said it lightly. Gu Nianji immediately felt it. She narrowed her eyes and raised her chin. She snorted and said, "Professor, he saved my life several times. Of course I have to think on the bright side." "Then you have to think on the bright side." Hua Xiaoheng moved dangerously close to her. "You're very biased, aren't you, Mrs. Hua?" "Of course you're not." Gu Nianji blurted out. As soon as she said it, she knew she'd said the wrong thing. She was so upset that she almost wanted to bang her head on the ground. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed, and a smile gradually bloomed in his eyes. The uneasiness and anxiety that had enveloped his chest ever since Gu Nianji wanted to break up completely disappeared. He hugged Gu Nianji and bounced his legs. "So Mrs. Hua loves Mr. Hua deeply, and is also very responsible for him." "I understand." Gu Nianji couldn't help but roll her eyes 100 times in her heart. She snorted coldly. "Mr. Hua, don't add drama to yourself. The two of us are in the past now, understand?" This was the second watch. Reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At noon, the monthly votes were 5,500 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third watch. P.S. Reminder for everyone to also vote for the records of Cambrian every day. Thank you. I received the fan title, Cambrian Alliance, and now it seemed like I was going to receive 50 treasure balls. This damn system was really complicated, and I didn't understand it anymore. Chapter 789. Yeah, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. The past doesn't matter. We're focused on the present and the future. Hua Xiaoheng kissed Gu Nianji's cheek again. Are you hungry? Let's go out for breakfast. Although the house had been renovated and daily necessities had been arranged, there was no food prepared. The fridge was empty except for bottled water. Hua Xiaoheng had originally planned to go shopping with Gu Nianji and buy groceries to cook for her. Gu Nianji didn't want to go out with Hua Xiaoheng. She stood up from his lap and frowned. I'm going to shower and then go back to school. Gu Nianji felt extremely awkward at the thought of the collapsed bed. She didn't want to face anyone at this time. She just wanted to go back to her own little world. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her quietly for a while before nodding. Okay, go shower first, then I'll take you back. Gu Nianji was sweaty from playing with Hua Xiaoheng that morning. She couldn't stand the sticky feeling. She went to the bathroom to shower. Hua Xiaoheng fiddled with his phone in the bedroom for a while before calling Yin Shixiang. We'll be leaving soon. When you come over to pack up, remember to book another bed. Just make sure it's the same as the previous one. Yin Shixiang had just returned from his morning exercise and was eating breakfast. He nodded repeatedly with his Bluetooth headset on. Okay, Hua Xiao. He then asked, will the bed be in the guest room? It had originally been a guest room, but Hua Xiaoheng had made it into a study during the renovations. There wasn't a proper bed in the study. There was only a dual-purpose sofa that could be opened up as a bed. Bedroom. Hua Xiaoheng hung up. Yin Shixiang's brows were furrowed. Wasn't there a bed in the bedroom? Why did he need to order another one? But Hua Xiao was the chief. He had the final say. Yin Shixiang immediately ordered another bed and had it delivered to the Hepingli address. Gu Nianji came out of the shower and changed into a simple sweater. She carried her small bag and saw that Hua Xiaoheng had already changed. He stood ramrod straight in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with both hands in his trouser pockets. He looked at the scenery outside and didn't know what to think. I can go back myself. Gu Nianji said dryly. It's only a few steps. I can walk back. I'll walk you out. Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at her before walking over. The two of them didn't speak again. They entered the elevator one after the other and went straight to the parking lot. Then they drove to Gu Nianji's school. Not long after they left, Yin Shixiang came with 2 orderlies. After entering the house, Yin Shixiang instructed 2 orderlies to pack up Hua Xiaoheng's things in the study before he went to the bedroom. He was a little curious. Why did they order another bed for the bedroom? Could it be that Gu Nianji didn't allow Hua Xiao to get on her bed, so he had to prepare another one? Good job, Nianji. Yin Shixiang secretly gave Gu Nianji a thumbs up in his heart for being so daring. He pushed open the bedroom door and slowly walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a collapsed bed. Yin Shixiang quickly whistled and imagined countless erotic scenes. TSK, the battle is too intense. Hua Xiao isn't taking it easy either. The bed was made of imported solid wood. He knew very well how sturdy it was. But such a sturdy bed could be collapsed by the 2 of them in one night. Poor little Nianji. Hua Xiao would probably send her to the hospital by now. Yin Shixiang smiled lasciviously as he thought about it. The 2 orderlies cleaned up the study and went to the bedroom to ask Yin Shixiang what to do next. They also saw the collapsed bed, and the expressions on their faces became very interesting. Their eyebrows and eyes seemed to be talking. Yin Shixiang laughed and kicked them. What are you thinking about? That's amazing. Is it Hua Xiao? The 2 orderlies winked and pointed at the collapsed bed. Of course. Why else would he be the chief and you're just an orderly? Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes. Hurry up and clean up this collapsed bed and take it away. I've already ordered a new bed, and it'll be delivered soon. Well, Colonel Yin, can we get the bed seller to reinforce it? One of the orderlies suggested. After all, it won't be good for the chief if he keeps changing beds. What's wrong with that? He can change a bed every day. Yin Shixiang knocked the orderly's head. What effect? I'm telling you, if this gets out, it'll be the 2 of you responsible. When that happens, I won't find anyone else and will directly lock you up. Send you to military court. The 2 soldiers immediately cowered. Colonel Yin, we definitely won't say anything. This is discipline. We won't violate discipline. Good that you know. Yin Shixiang glared at them. All right, hurry up and clean up. Carry it down and put it in the truck. The 2 orderlies silently began to clean up. Yin Shixiang also helped them lift the bed frame. Although the bed had collapsed, its weight hadn't decreased at all. The mattress was fine, but the bed frame underneath had directly collapsed into 2 pieces. Yin Shixiang squatted on the ground and studied the cracks for a long time. His final conclusion was that only the pressure of a jack could cause the bed frame to collapse like this. Hua Xiaoheng drove but didn't directly return to the B University campus. He parked the car in front of a porridge shop and went in to buy a breakfast set. He brought it to the car for Gu Nianji. Eat first. Don't starve. Gu Nianji was indeed a bit hungry. She originally wanted to refuse, but as soon as she smelled the food, her stomach began to growl. Hua Xiaoheng opened the box of porridge. You want me to feed you? Gu Nianji was greatly embarrassed. She quickly took it and sat in the passenger seat to eat. She asked Hua Xiaoheng, what about you? You're not eating. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. I don't have an appetite. Gu Nianji wanted to say something but held back. She silently took out a small beef bun from the breakfast set and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. Eat one. It'll fill your stomach. Hua Xiaoheng opened his mouth and bit the entire beef bun in her hand. The beef bun was small and exquisite, only slightly larger than a soup bun. Gu Nianji drank half a bowl of porridge, 2 beef buns, and a cup of soy milk. Hua Xiaoheng took the remaining half bowl of porridge and ate it directly. He also cleaned up the remaining snacks. Then he got out of the car to throw away the trash before driving away with Gu Nianji. It was around 10 a.m. when they returned to Gu Nianji's dorm. Hua Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to leave immediately. He had nothing to say, so he picked up the previous topic and continued to ask Gu Nianji, think about it again. What other strange places are there in Germany? Why did you travel to the Konig Sea alone? I've never seen you enjoy sightseeing so much before. As a new generation of online children, Gu Nianji's biggest hobby was actually to stay at home and surf the internet. She grew up with Hu Xiaoheng, so he knew this very well. Speaking of this, Gu Nianji remembered and turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. She said somewhat embarrassedly, Hu Xiao, someone used your name to send me a box of Hermes scarves as a birthday present. It was sent from Germany. I thought you were in Germany, so I went to Germany to file a lawsuit. Hu Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. What did you say? This is the second monthly vote of 5,500 plus 1 update. Let me remind you of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Sorry I'm 20 minutes late. I was held up by something. Chapter 790. I said someone used your name to send me a scarf from Germany. Otherwise, how could I have been tricked into going to the Konig Sea by a text? Gu Nianji pouted again with a depressed expression. Now that she thought about it, it was the most embarrassing thing she had ever done. If she hadn't been blinded by Hu Xiao's beauty, how could she have fallen into the enemy's trap? At that time, she was infatuated whenever she saw the name Hu Xiao. That was why she wanted to see Hu Xiao so much and didn't tell anyone that she was going to the Konig Sea to see Hu Xiao in order to keep it a secret. Gu Nianji didn't tell anyone about this detail because she felt it was too embarrassing. However, even though she had been kidnapped and tortured, she had always held on to an optimistic spirit as she battled with the people who wanted to harm her. This was because she firmly believed that Hu Xiaoheng was her strong shield. No matter when or where, as long as she was in danger, he would definitely come to her rescue. If he couldn't come, it must be because he had more important work to do. Between national interests and his own safety, Gu Nianji could understand Hu Xiaoheng's choice and never thought to blame him. Hu Xiaoheng was a soldier, so Gu Nianji also understood that he had to sacrifice some personal interests as a soldier. That belief had been completely shattered by the image of Hu Xiaoheng and Tan Guiren together as time went by and she had been pushed to the brink of death by the electric shock. How the F***ck is this a national interest? Gu Nianji truly understood the difference between her and Hu Xiaoheng at that moment. She realized that in those people's hearts, her value was not as high as Tan Guiren's because she was an orphan with no family background and wasn't part of their circle. She still clearly remembered her anger, grievance, and inferiority complex. At that moment, her many years of faith were also shattered. She had always treated Hu Xiaoheng as her faith. At that time, she suddenly realized that the sacrifice she thought was worthless. From then on, she had deep doubts about her relationship with Hu Xiaoheng and became seriously uncertain about their future. She would rather be the one who exited early than face the end of the song and the dispersing of the crowd in the future. So the first thing she did after returning was to break up. Since they were breaking up, she naturally wouldn't mention a word about falling into a trap because of the scarf Hu Xiaoheng sent. Because it was too embarrassing. However, Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a while. His gaze was very deep. He looked at Gu Nianji and asked. Hermes scarf sent from Germany. It was sent to my dormitory. Gu Nianji smiled sheepishly and quickly said, It's still in my dorm room, but I kept it to remind myself not to do stupid things again. It's not that I still have feelings for you. Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a while before asking, Then did you receive a box of Hermes scarves from France? Gu Nianji shook her head. No. Why do you ask? Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said dryly, When I was in the United States, I specially went to the Hermes website in France to order a birthday present for you. It was a Hermes scarf, and it was sent directly to your apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. You. Say that again. Did you really send me a Hermes scarf? Hu Xiaoheng nodded and didn't say anything, but his dark eyes showed that he was also confused. You didn't receive the Hermes scarves I sent from France, but you received a Hermes scarf from Germany. Was it also a birthday present? Hu Xiaoheng confirmed again with a solemn expression because this detail was too important. It was so important that he might have to completely overturn the direction of his previous inferences. Gu Nianji was still in shock. You really, still remembered to buy me a birthday present when you were in the United States? Didn't you say, when you were on a mission, you couldn't have any personal activities? So later, she realized she had fallen into someone else's trap and deeply regretted it because she didn't listen to Hu Xiaoheng. She actually believed that Hu Xiaoheng would send her a gift when he was on a mission and ask her to meet up. I can't, Hu Xiaoheng murmured and suddenly hugged Gu Nianji tightly. I violated the rules, so he was immediately punished. Gu Nianji was so close to leaving him forever. Hu Xiaoheng felt a lingering fear, and the sudden sweat on his back immediately soaked his black t-shirt. But I didn't receive it. Gu Nianji clenched her fists. Where did you send it to? Oh, you just said it was to the San Juan apartment. I haven't been there, have you? Hu Xiaoheng had been there, but only to see if Gu Nianji was there. He didn't even think about the uncollected package. Wait, I'll call the property management at the San Juan apartment first. Gu Nianji took out her phone from her bag and immediately called the property management at the San Juan apartment. Although it was a Sunday, the property management at the San Juan apartment didn't take holidays, and there were people on duty during the weekend. After the call connected, Gu Nianji quickly asked, May I ask if you received a package from France more than a month ago? To Gu Nianji in room 1801 of Building 5. After the property management checked, they denied, No, we didn't receive any package to room 1801 of Building 5. Whether it was domestic or foreign, there wasn't any. That was strange. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Are you sure you successfully placed the order? Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone and directly checked the French Hermes official account. There was a shipping record for his purchase there. After checking, he was also stunned. He remembered clearly filling in a French shipping address, but now his account had changed to a German shipping address. The shipping address had also changed from the San Juan apartment in the imperial capital to Gu Nianji's B University dormitory. Also, the German shipping address was in the Roslau area of Germany, which was also the location of Li Haiqing's case. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Hu Xiaoheng's face was livid. He had never been played like this before. Without another word, Hu Xiaoheng immediately called the VIP service line on the French Hermes official website. This was also a 24-hour service line. Every VIP customer of his level had their own dedicated service line. Hello, I would like to check why the shipping address for the order I placed on the official website more than a month ago changed. You must give me an explanation. Hu Xiaoheng spoke in fluent French, his tone very serious. The customer service on the other end hurriedly said, Mr. Hu, please wait a moment. We'll check right away. Hu Xiaoheng was angry, and the consequences were very serious, especially for an industry that sold luxury goods like Hermes. Hu Xiaoheng was their biggest customer and their biggest financial backer. The best programmer in the IT department of Hermes headquarters was immediately called over. After a busy day, it only took 15 minutes to find the reason. They explained to Hu Xiaoheng, Mr. Hu, our system malfunctioned at the time, so your shipping address accidentally changed to a German address. However, I've already checked for you. The item has already been sent, and Miss Gu has already signed for it. Hu Xiaoheng put down the phone, but his expression did not relax. Instead, it became even more serious. He looked at Gu Nianji and asked in a low voice. That box of stuff, where did you put it? In my dormitory. Gu Nianji was very confused. But this doesn't make sense. Even if the system malfunctioned, it shouldn't have malfunctioned so intelligently. If only the shipping address had changed, then it would have made a little bit of sense. But even the address of the recipient had changed, and it was an address thousands of miles away in the Xia Empire. This was too intelligent. Are you sure it was a system malfunction? Not a human error. She had always thought it was a series of traps. From the beginning, the silk scarf sent from Germany was a trap. Then, she received the text message from Hu Xiaoheng in Munich. It was all part of someone else's plan, and it was all fake. But now it seemed that this series of traps was even more sophisticated than she had expected. It was the third watch. A reminder for your monthly and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 791. Lies that were the hardest to expose were always a mixture of truth and falsehood. And the most important part of this interlinked plan against them was actually true. Gu Nianji thought it was unbelievable. No wonder she wasn't vigilant at all and was tricked into going to the Conic Sea. It could be said that without Hu Xiaoheng's scarf as a gift, Gu Nianji wouldn't have gone to Germany, and the plan wouldn't have succeeded. Gu Nianji sat in the car and thought about the whole thing from beginning to end. She was filled with hatred and admiration for the mastermind behind the scenes. It wasn't easy to control so many steps, and each step was linked to the next. Because there were too many steps, as long as one of them went wrong, the whole thing wouldn't have succeeded. In reality, the plan didn't work because Gu Nianji's physique was obviously beyond the person's expectations. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and thought of another question. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng with confusion and said, Hu Xiao, you said you were in the United States, but why did you use a French shipping address? If his shipping address hadn't been changed, it would have been in France and not the United States. Gu Nianji might have been attracted to France. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the driver's seat and leaned his left elbow on the edge of the window. He propped up his head and looked calm. His slender fingers gently tapped on the steering wheel and looked at Gu Nianji thoughtfully. You thought I was in Germany, so you followed He Zhichu to Germany, to fight the lawsuit. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. That was one of the important reasons. Although she wanted to help the poor female exchange student, she believed Hu Xiaoheng was in Germany, so she was determined to go to Germany to fight the lawsuit for Li Haiqing. But now that she had broken up with Hu Xiaoheng, it was too embarrassing to talk about it again. Gu Nianji looked away and didn't answer Hu Xiaoheng's question. She continued to ask, why did you use a French shipping address? Hu Xiaoheng raised his brows when Gu Nianji didn't answer him. He looked straight ahead and said dryly, because I was on a mission and couldn't let anyone know where I was. He couldn't say a word about his mission or what he had experienced in the United States. Gu Nianji couldn't tell if she was disappointed or relieved. She lowered her eyes and suppressed the messy thoughts in her mind. She said, then the other party is really something. You sending the silk scarf was definitely not within their consideration. However, I was a little puzzled. Why did they want me to go to Germany? Why not go to France? If you don't change your mailing address. Hu Xiaoheng leaned forward and said, do you remember Reinitz? Yes. Gu Nianji nodded, then suddenly realized, oh right, the German Federal Intelligence Service was also involved throughout. Of course. Hu Xiaoheng nodded slightly. Think about it. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that you ran into Reinitz when you were being hunted in the Alps? Gu Nianji thought about that chance encounter and sighed slightly. If Reinitz wasn't a coincidence, then that amiable Mother Hannah wasn't an ordinary person either, right? But later, when she and Reinitz were being hunted down on a motorcycle, and when Mother Hannah's cabin was set on fire, it didn't seem like it was fake. Gu Nianji frowned. You think Reinitz is also a part of the mastermind's plan? Then what is the purpose of this part? She felt like something didn't make sense. Hu Xiaoheng was also considering this question. What position did Reinitz represent on the side of the German Federal Intelligence Service play in the entire chain of events? Was it a part of the chain of events, or was it the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Or was it the fisherman who benefited from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam? His role is still questionable at the moment. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to jump to conclusions so easily. He wouldn't assign Reinitz to any side if he wasn't completely sure. In the beginning, Hu Xiaoheng thought the entire trap was planned by Reinitz, but after learning about the problem with the silk scarf, he realized Reinitz wasn't the real mastermind. Yeah, he still let me go in the end. Gu Nianji smiled wryly as she shook her head. I don't know what he's thinking. He schemed to catch me and spent so much effort to arrange all the scenarios, but in the end, he actually let me go. Won't his boss punish him? He's the boss, so who would punish him? Hu Xiaoheng looked out the window disapprovingly. The B University campus was full of vitality at noon. The sunlight shone through the golden parasol leaves and onto the ground like dancing bits of gold. There was a warm atmosphere around them. Gu Nianji pouted and whispered, Germany has a parliament and a president, right? Doesn't he have to answer to the parliament and president? He's fine now, so there shouldn't be any problems. Hu Xiaoheng made the final decision and put an end to the topic. Gu Nianji thought of Reinitz and felt very conflicted. It was hard to tell whether he was good or evil, but he didn't treat her too badly. Her snow-white face showed a conflicted expression. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and said, Should I go with you to get the scarf? No need, I'll go myself. Gu Nianji refused. When she opened the door to get out, she reminded Hu Xiaoheng again, Don't come out. Just wait in the car. Okay. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched as he lowered the window and lit a cigarette. He watched Gu Nianji's figure disappear into the dorm building's main entrance. When Gu Nianji returned to the dorm, she discovered Ma Qiqi wasn't in her room. It was Sunday, so she probably wasn't home yet. Gu Nianji went to her room and found the box of scarves. She opened it and rubbed it a few times before biting her lip and sealing it. She carried it downstairs. Hu Xiaoheng saw her come over and threw the cigarette away. He opened the door to let her in. Gu Nianji smelled a faint scent of smoke as soon as she got in. Although Hu Xiaoheng smoked with the window open, the car still smelled of smoke. Gu Nianji wrinkled her little nose and didn't say anything. She placed the box in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Here, this is the package I received. Hu Xiaoheng opened it and looked. It was indeed ordered by me. They were all carefully chosen by him, but unfortunately, he didn't use them on this birthday. He closed the box and said to Gu Nianji, I'll buy you something better. What he meant was that this box had to be taken away. You want to take it away? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. What for? This is evidence. Hu Xiaoheng's tone was calm. We need to take it back and study it. But if you take it back, you won't be able to hide the fact that you broke the rules. Gu Nianji took the box from Hu Xiaoheng's hands without hesitation. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her deeply. His gaze was forever gentle, and there was a trace of a smile on his handsome face. He had the elegance of osmanthus in autumn, and the splendor of 10 miles of lotus blossoms. It was completely different from his usual firmness and determination, but it made him even more seductive. Gu Nianji only glanced at him before calmly averting her gaze. Hugging the box tightly, she tilted her head and said, I don't think this box of scarves is evidence, so it's useless for you to take them away. It won't help. Okay, then what is evidence? Hu Xiaoheng looked down and saw Gu Nianji's small, jade-like hands at the bottom of the box. He reached over and held Gu Nianji's hands from the bottom of the box, not letting her get out of the car. Help me think. My mind is a mess right now, and I can't think of anything. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at him. Pretend, keep pretending. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Really, I'm just waiting for my Mrs. Hua to help me clear my name. Hua Xiaoheng lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. Some things, it's better to do it yourself than for someone else to do it. Gu Nianji withdrew her hand and put on a stern face. If you call me Mrs. Hua again, I'll ignore you. Okay, I won't call you that now. Hua Xiaoheng let go. Tell me why this box can't be used as evidence first, and I'll let you go. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and looked down to open the box. It's very simple. Think about the whole thing. Actually, the other party only tampered with the Hermes official website's computer system. And this package was delivered to me through a completely normal channel, so what's the point of taking this box away? That makes sense. Since that's the case. Hua Xiaoheng took out a palm-sized striped silk scarf with Van Gogh's golden sunflowers printed on it from the box and tied it around Gu Nianji's neck. He tied a beautiful scarf knot. Then, happy birthday, mon chéri. Hua Xiaoheng said the last word in French. What did you say? Gu Nianji didn't understand the foreign word Hua Xiaoheng said. It seemed to be French. Her German was already pretty good, but she still didn't understand French at all. Happy birthday. Hua Xiaoheng adjusted the scarf for her with a solemn expression. His warm fingertips slid across her neck, making her shiver. Gu Nianji didn't move and didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. She didn't really believe it, but she firmly remembered the pronunciation of Hua Xiaoheng's words. She planned to look it up when she got back. Holding the box, Gu Nianji looked down at the scarf around her neck. It was tied beautifully, but she couldn't tie the knot herself. Gu Nianji touched the scarf and said seriously, since you got into trouble because of me, I'll help you solve it. Actually, I can ask Brother Zhe, but this is a special case. It's not good to let the Special Operations Forces know, so I'll reluctantly help you one last time. What she was thinking was that Hua Xiaoheng had broken the rules because he had bought her a birthday present during a mission. If a third person found out, whether it was Brother Zhe or Brother Xiong, they were both part of the system. What if it made things difficult for them? It was best for her to do it herself. No one else would know. As long as Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn himself in, no one would know he broke the rules. That way, she would feel better when they broke up. This is the first night watch. Reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes 5,800 plus updates at 1 p.m. Third night watch at 7 p.m. P.S. Remind everyone to vote for the Records of Cambrian every day. Also see if you can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title. Thank you. Chapter 792. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and grunted. How do you want to find evidence? It's very simple. Go to the French Hermes official website and take a look. As long as someone tampered with the order records, there will definitely be traces. Gu Nianji closed the box and hugged it. I'll see how secure their system is today. If it's not difficult, there should be clues tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng said. So soon. Are you doubting my ability? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and said bluntly. She opened the car door with one hand. I'm getting out. Thank you for driving me back. She hugged the box and stood under the sycamore tree in front of the dormitory building. She waved at him nonchalantly. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her silently and started the car to drive away. Gu Nianji watched Hua Xiaoheng's car disappear on the asphalt road in front of the dormitory building before turning to enter the dormitory building. Back in her room, she first took out the scarf from the box and put it in her drawer. Then, she opened the box and looked inside out. She took a photo with her phone and cut the box into pieces with a pair of scissors. Then, she threw it into the stainless steel trash can, found a lighter, and lit it up to ashes. This was considered destroying the evidence. No one would find this box as evidence to prove that Hu Xiaoheng had done something private while on a mission, but the more important evidence was still on Hermes' official website. Because Hu Xiaoheng had used his own account to purchase the scarf, it would be hard to explain if someone found out that he had purchased it while on a mission in the United States. Gu Nianji volunteered to help Hu Xiaoheng find evidence. In fact, she wanted to destroy the evidence of Hu Xiaoheng's violation of discipline. To her, a person like Hu Xiaoheng should be flawless at work. If there was, it must be someone else's fault. After dealing with the box, Gu Nianji opened her laptop and dragged out the hacking program she had written. She used to hack into other people's computer systems with her phone. Now that she was using a laptop, it was obviously more powerful. She had written this program under Zhao Liang's guidance. After a few years, she had optimized and improved it many times. She even applied quantum theory to the optimization of the program to crack passwords. This greatly improved the efficiency of hacking into other people's encryption systems. Even Zhao Liangzi would have to admit defeat if he saw her program now. However, Gu Nianji didn't know this yet. She wasn't being modest, but she simply hadn't competed with anyone before. For her, the application of cutting-edge scientific theories was as natural as eating and dressing. For example, quantum theory. Many people were still at the theoretical stage, but she had already applied it. The Devourer. EXE, that she used to dismantle the entire central control system of the Federal Intelligence Agency in Germany. The wheat grain theory was actually similar to quantum theory. After opening the program, Gu Nianji did her usual routine of hiding her IP, then dragged the French Hermes official website into her hacking program to analyze. The first step was to find the interface between Hermes' official website and the back-end. If there was no interface at all between the front desk and back office, Gu Nianji would have to find another way, which would be more troublesome. She hacked into the German Federal Intelligence Service's intranet, taking advantage of the opportunity that they gave her to open the internet and disguise it as an external network, so she could beat them at their own game. He wondered what Hermes' official website would be like this time. However, based on Gu Nianji's understanding of online stores, it should be connected. That was because online stores generally used an ERP system that connected the front desk and back office together, and it was a simplified ERP system. The focus was only on a few sections such as inventory, shipping, and timely accounting. These sections were also connected to the automated financial reporting system. Normal people couldn't access the internal system because it would definitely have all sorts of passwords to prevent unauthorized access. However, for a hacker of Gu Nianji's level, passwords were the lowest level of security. No matter how complicated the password was, it was nothing to her program, which had powerful computing power. She heard a ding sound, and within 2 minutes of entering the official website link, the system showed that the password had been cracked. As she had expected, the official website structure was too simple. Although it looked fancy on the surface, with all sorts of fancy flash animations, the basic principles were still at a primitive stage. Gu Nianji slid her finger on the laptop's touch screen and quickly entered the back end of Hermes' official website. She had seen Hu Xiaoheng's purchase records before, so she remembered the specific date and time clearly. She quickly searched through the other party's database and found the purchase records for that day. She quickly replaced Hu Xiaoheng's account with her own and changed it directly from Hermes' historical database. It was just like how the other party had secretly changed Hu Xiaoheng's shipping address. Gu Nianji was even better. She deceived everyone and replaced the entire account. Therefore, the person who placed the order became Gu Nianji herself. She then erased all traces of the system modification. To Gu Nianji, she didn't need to create a system malfunction to violently erase all traces of modification. She directly used the other party's system to update the original backup data every day and used a complete overwrite program to modify all the other party's backups. This way, Other than the person behind the scenes who had changed the shipping address, no third party would know that the order had been secretly changed. Even the IT programmer who had received Hu Xiaoheng's questioning call today wouldn't think to compare the account. Gu Nianji even labeled her own account as VIP to more realistically confuse the other party's memory. After changing the account and modifying all the backup data, Gu Nianji finally entered the second step of the program. She wanted to see which IP had hacked into Hermes' official website that day and changed the shipping address of Hu Xiaoheng's order. After so much time had passed, the other party also seemed to be a master. She needed to enter the other party's system management program to see all the IP that had logged into the system. Then she could filter out the IP that was suitable for the time period, as well as the IP that was related to Hu Xiaoheng's order. This required a huge amount of calculation. To be on the safe side, Gu Nianji downloaded all the IP that had logged into Hermes' official website that day and put it into her program to start searching. With such a large amount of data and the need to verify and analyze it, Gu Nianji's small laptop couldn't handle the load. She looked at the calculation time given by the program. It would take 15 hours to completely analyze. It was noon now, which meant that she would only be done at 3 in the morning. Gu Nianji was very good at planning. She immediately pushed the laptop to the side and started working on it herself. At the same time, she took out her iPad and began writing her thesis. Hu Xiaoheng returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and first went to his official residence to change. When he came downstairs, he saw Yin Shixiang had returned. Everything packed? Hu Xiaoheng asked casually as he buttoned up his military uniform. Yin Shixiang pursed his lips and immediately stood at attention, but the gossip in his eyes was about to break through the sky. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at him coldly. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but chuckle. Hu Xiao, you just came back from the hospital? Is Nianji okay? This was the second update, and the monthly votes were 5,800 plus updates. Reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 793. Hospital. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flickered when he heard the word. He quickly understood what Yin Shixiang was imagining. He looked down and didn't even look at Yin Shixiang. He only stopped when he walked past him to say, the Special Operations Forces needs to be reformed. You'll take the lead and represent the officers at the grassroots level. Start from the kitchen. Feed the pigs for a few days and come back to write a report. What? Yin Shixiang's face turned green. He didn't dare say another word. He quickly saluted and watched Hu Xiaoheng's tall figure disappear in the direction of the door. He was the deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces, but because he couldn't control his mouth, he even dared to gossip about the chief's private life. No wonder he was sent to the kitchen to feed pigs. Reform. What a joke. That was clearly a prison sentence. Yin Shixiang wished he could slap himself a few times. Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the official residence calmly and went straight to the central control room. Although he said he needed Gu Nianji's help to find evidence, it was only to reassure her. He could see that she was blaming herself again. Actually, this had nothing to do with her. Hu Xiaoheng felt bad for her. Although she said they wanted to break up, she almost always stood by his side without hesitation when something happened to him. He sat down in front of the computer in the central control room and did the same thing as Gu Nianji. He hacked into the French Hermes website. However, after he logged in, he couldn't find the order he had placed. He was so confused that he almost thought the other party had changed the evidence again. Later, he spent 4 hours to find the mastermind, Gu Nianji. She had changed his order account to hers. What was she trying to do? Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his chin as he looked at the 6 computer screens in deep thought. She probably wanted to destroy the evidence for him, right? The package was evidence, but the fact that he had done something private on the Hermes website during the mission was also evidence, and it was even more direct evidence. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's lips slowly curved into a happy smile. Fine, if she wanted to play this way, then he had to make it more realistic. Hu Xiaoheng simply linked Gu Nianji's account to his own to make it a parent account. Her purchases would be counted on his account. She was the real VIP. This way, it would be even more secure. Even if he made a phone call to inquire about the order, it would be justifiable, because it was a purchase from his sub-account. Although he did not personally make the purchase, he had full authorization, so it was no different from him making the purchase himself. After solving this problem, Hu Xiaoheng followed Gu Nianji and entered the system management program on Hermes' official website. He found the place where the login IPs were stored and downloaded all the login IPs from that day to begin data analysis. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the processing time given by the system. It would take 78 hours. This was done using the central control system's large supercomputer. In the evening, Ma Qiqi returned to school from home. As soon as she entered, she called out loudly, "Nianji. Nianji. Are you there?" Gu Nianji poked her head out of her room. "Qiqi is back." "I'm back. What about you? How was your weekend with Hu Xiao?" Ma Qiqi winked at her. "Come on, tell me. If you tell me well, I'll give you candy." "Get lost." Gu Nianji pushed her away. "I'm on a diet. I don't eat sweets." "You don't eat sweets? I brought some home-cooked food from home. Do you want some?" Ma Qiqi proudly took out a bento box and waved it in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji really missed the home-cooked food at Ma Qiqi's house. It actually didn't taste as good as the signature dishes of star-rated restaurants, but eating it made it feel like home. "Oh. Really? Then we just have to buy food for dinner." Gu Nianji was so happy she jumped out of her room. "I'll go buy food." "Hey! Don't try to change the topic. Tell me, have you and Hu Xiao made up?" Ma Qiqi tugged on Gu Nianji's sleeve. "Did you go back to the dorm yesterday?" We're still friends." Gu Nianji tried to change the topic. It wasn't anything else but the fact that her bed collapsed yesterday was too embarrassing. She couldn't bring herself to say it. "Friends?" Ma Qiqi's eyes shifted. "You really broke up? Tell me the truth. Is Hu Xiao still your boyfriend?" Gu Nianji shook her head decisively. "No, Hu Xiao isn't my boyfriend anymore." No matter how she looked at it, Hu Xiao wasn't her boyfriend anymore. She didn't lie to Ma Qiqi. Oh. How could that be? Ma Qiqi's radiant face fell. She wanted to ask more, but seeing that Gu Nianji didn't seem to want to talk about it, she swallowed her words. Relationships were like drinking water. Only one knew whether it was warm or cold. Ma Qiqi was an outsider and couldn't control other people's feelings. However, she could spend more time with Nianji. Ma Qiqi patted her shoulder. "Okay, sit here. I'll go buy food. We'll eat together when we come back. You're so nice to me. Qiqi, if you were a man, I would definitely marry you." Gu Nianji smiled to show her loyalty. "Nianji, if it's true love, gender isn't a problem." Ma Qiqi winked at her. "For you, I'm willing to become gay." If you become gay, I'm afraid Brother Xiong will hit me." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. She turned around to go back to her room to look at her program. Ma Qiqi snorted in embarrassment. Putting down her backpack, she took her rice bowl to the cafeteria to buy 2 servings of food. When she entered the house, she saw that Gu Nianji had already heated up the food in the microwave and placed it neatly on the dining table. The two of them began to eat with their respective bowls. As Ma Chichi ate, she shared the gossip she saw with Gu Nianji today. Oh, right. Nianji, the #1 trending topic on Weibo today was your cheap sister Gu Yanran's short video. TSK, it's much shorter than what we saw at the Prime Minister's official residence, but the essence is still there. It immediately caused a sensation. Ma Chichi happily took out her phone. I was really quick and saved a copy before the entire internet deleted it. Here, let me show you. The seeds of revolution are everywhere. Gu Nianji was speechless. She didn't look at Gu Yanran's short video. Instead, she looked at the discussion on Weibo and asked, who posted this? Someone who attended the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence took a video and uploaded it. Ma Chichi found the Weibo account that posted the video and looked. This account has already been deleted. Looks like. Before she could finish, she heard Gu Nianji's phone ring. Gu Nianji took it and looked at it. She smiled. Speak of the devil. It's the female lead of the short video that's popular online. As she spoke, she swiped to answer the call. Gu Nianji. You're too despicable. Do you have any humanity left? How dare you upload a video of me online? I'm your sister. You didn't help me, but you hit me when I was down. Gu Yanran's hoarse cry could be heard over the phone. Gu Yanran, stop framing me. If you say another word, I'll sue you for another crime. Gu Nianji no longer had any sisterly feelings for Gu Yanran, so of course she wouldn't be polite with her words. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. You even hinted at the Prime Minister's official residence that it was someone else who released the short video. So it really was you. Let me tell you, don't think that you're the only one who can sue me. I've already found evidence to prove that you were the one who uploaded the video. Gu Nianji, just wait for the court summons. Gu Yanran hung up after she finished speaking. Gu Nianji looked at her phone and frowned. She's so stupid. I'm not afraid of a lawsuit, but I don't have that much time to waste with her. She still had to graduate early. This kind of lawsuit was really time-consuming, exhausting, and attracting a lot of attention. It would greatly affect her study progress. Gu Nianji decided to end this quickly. Which congenital retarded person was giving Gu Yanran advice? Trying to use a computer program to frame her. Truly, the ignorant were fearless. She would let Gu Yanran know that she couldn't afford to offend her. Gu Nianji immediately called Gu Yanran back. The phone rang a few times before Gu Yanran answered. She said angrily, "Why are you calling? I'm telling you, there's no use begging for mercy." I didn't want to beg for mercy. I didn't do anything. Why would I beg for mercy? Gu Nianji stood up calmly and walked to her room to close the door. Gu Yanran, I'll say it again. Your short video has nothing to do with me. I'll go to Weibo right now and find the account and IP that uploaded the short video. You can see who it is and sue them. I've already found it. It's your dormitory's IP. You still dare to say it wasn't you? Gu Yanran's voice was extremely resentful. You ruined me, so I won't let you off easy. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and stood in front of the dormitory window. She said mockingly, "My dormitory's IP. Gu Yanran, calling you illiterate is a compliment. Tell me, who gave you the evidence? I'll immediately find the real IP and slap his face." It was the third watch. Reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 794. You. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yanran seemed to have heard a funny joke. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. After a while, she held on to the sofa's armrest to stabilize herself. Gu Nianji, you're too arrogant. Even if you're a genius, it's reflected in your law major. How dare you pretend to be a computer expert in front of me? Do you think computer skills are like cabbages that you can just say you know? Don't embarrass yourself. You've already broken up with Huashao, so don't expect him to save you. Let's see if he'll still care about you when I submit my complaint to the court. Gu Yanran knew that for someone of Huashaoheng's status, a bad reputation was the most taboo thing to do. Once Gu Nianji was accused, Huashaoheng wouldn't retreat, but he definitely wouldn't help her again. Summer bugs can't talk about ice. You have a defect in your IQ, so you're discriminating against people with normal IQs. This isn't a good habit, Gu Nianji said calmly. It was a simple sentence, but it was like throwing a torch onto a bag of dynamite. It exploded in front of Gu Yanran. Her expression changed. Who are you saying has a defect in their IQ? The voice from the phone suddenly became sharp and piercing. It was no longer her usual slow and reserved mezzo-soprano voice. It was obvious that she had been touched on a sore spot. Gu Nianji was even more amused. She had discovered the last time that Gu Yanran hated the topic of IQ. It was probably because she had been traumatized by the smart Gu family since she was young and had a psychological scar. Therefore, Gu Nianji poked at her psychological scar and got twice the result with half the effort. Who do you think I'm talking about? You believe everything other people say. You're angry because people say you're brainless. Gu Nianji crossed her arms, her voice even calmer. You think you're the only smart one. You said I don't believe the official Weibo website's evidence and believe your nonsense. Gu Yanran sneered. I won't let you off this time. Gu Nianji, just wait for my lawyer's letter. It was actually the official Weibo website's evidence? Gu Nianji immediately had two reactions. One was that someone had colluded with Weibo to make false evidence. Considering the scale and influence of Weibo, doing so would not be worth it. Therefore, this possibility could basically be ruled out. The second possibility was that, like Hermes' official website, Weibo had also been hacked, so the Weibo account that uploaded the video showed the IP address of Gu Nianji's dormitory. Gu Nianji had plenty of ways to deal with the second possibility. She held the phone further away and waited for Gu Yanran's hysteria to subside before saying, "Just you wait. I'll find the real IP and send it to you. Tell the person behind you clearly that if he's going to fight me, ask him if he's prepared to lose his reputation. Once I make a move, he'll be waiting to be exposed in front of the public. He can no longer hide behind the scenes and stir up trouble. Also, if you insist on going about things the wrong way and think that it was my dormitory's IP that uploaded your video, then go ahead and sue me. I'll keep you company." Gu Nianji hung up and temporarily blocked Gu Yanran's number. She knew that someone must have made false evidence to encourage Gu Yanran to sue Gu Nianji. Therefore, she warned them as well. She hoped that the person behind this was smarter than Gu Yanran and didn't only know how to throw money at people. However, she needed a computer to immediately check the IP address of the Weibo account. Her own laptop was currently verifying the IP address of Hermes' official website, so she couldn't do anything else at the same time. Gu Nianji looked down at her watch. It was already past 6 in the evening. If she moved quickly, she could still buy a laptop at the mall. To check the IP address, the computing power of a phone was still too weak. It wouldn't be good for a quick battle. She decided to go out and buy a computer immediately. Just then, her phone rang again. Gu Nianji saw that it was He Jichu's call. As she walked out, she swiped to answer. "Hello, Professor He. What's up?" He Jichu was silent for a moment before saying, "Nianji, where are you?" "In the dormitory. But I'm going out right now. Let me know if you need anything." Gu Nianji was also He Jichu's teaching assistant, so they had a lot of work to do. "Going out? It's so late. What are you going to do?" I'm free right now. I'll go with you. He Ji-chu stood up. He was worried about Gu Nianji going out alone at night. Gu Nianji quickly said, "It's okay. I'm just going to the mall near the campus to buy a computer. Don't you have a laptop? Is it broken?" He Ji-chu took the car keys and walked out. "I'll go with you. It's not broken, but one isn't enough. I have something to do at the last minute, so I need to buy another one," Gu Nianji said as she walked into the elevator. He Ji-chu understood and said, "If that's the case, come to my place. I have a few computers here with powerful functions. You can do whatever you want." Gu Nianji snorted and slapped her forehead. "That's right. Why am I giving up what's close at hand and seeking what's far away? All right, Professor He, I'm here to borrow your powerful computer." She remembered that He Ji-chu did have two very powerful desktops in his study. They were the kind of top-notch configuration that could be used as a server to build a local area network. If she used that kind of computer to verify the IP, it probably wouldn't take long. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She came out of the elevator and hurried to the professor's building where He Ji-chu lived. He Ji-chu didn't leave again when he saw that Gu Nianji agreed to come to his place. He went to his study and turned on his computer. One of the screens flashed, indicating that someone wanted to talk to him. He Ji-chu frowned and closed the call program. He picked up his phone and called back. "Ah-chu, your father wants me to ask you when you're coming back." It was Auntie Chin's voice. She was gentle and had an especially good temper. He Ji-chu had never seen anyone with a better temper than Auntie Chin in his life, so he felt very conflicted. Although his mother was usually cheerful and humorous, once she was annoyed and lost her temper, it was truly earth-shattering. Outsiders always said that his mother's temper wasn't as good as Auntie Chin's, but in his father's eyes, his mother was irreplaceable. No matter how angry she was, he was willing to endure it. He Ji-chu didn't understand at the time, but now he knew what it meant. A faint smile appeared on He Ji-chu's aloof face, and his voice softened. "If my father misses me, he can call me himself. There's no need to trouble Auntie Chin." "You child, how can you say such things to Auntie Chin?" Auntie Chin smiled gently. "Your father is getting on in years and had a serious illness a while ago. Don't you want to come back and help him? The He family has a large business and you're the only child. If you don't help your father, no one will." He Ji-chu played with the car keys in his hand and said dryly, "My father is still in good health. The He family will be fine if I don't go back. Auntie Chin, I have something to do. I'll hang up now." With that, he walked to the door to wait for Gu Nianji. When Gu Nianji came out of the professor's building's elevator, she saw He Ji-chu standing elegantly in front of his door with his hands in his trouser pockets. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in shock. "Professor He, you're going out. Did I come at a bad time?" "I'm waiting for you," He Ji-chu said dryly. "Come in." He turned and entered the room. "I'm not used to Professor He being so polite." Gu Nianji giggled and followed He Ji-chu inside. This was He Ji-chu's suite, as well as his classroom and conference room. The doctoral and master's students he taught all came here for classes, so Gu Nianji even had a small office here. He Ji-chu took her to his study and pointed to the especially powerful computer. "No matter what you want to do, this computer can meet your needs." Gu Nianji had tried this computer once before and knew it was indeed extraordinary. Its computing power was especially powerful and could not be compared to other computers. She happily sat in front of the computer and used the flash drive to copy her hacking program into the computer. As soon as she started it, it was as fast as lightning. If she used this computer to check the IP addresses that had logged into Hermes' official website that day, it would probably only take 10 minutes. The thought flashed through Gu Nianji's mind, but she quickly suppressed it. Because it concerned Hu Xiaoheng, she couldn't do this on someone else's computer, not even He Zhichu's. However, it didn't matter if she checked Gu Yanran's video. She could do it on anyone's computer. Gu Nianji typed in the Weibo website and searched for the original Weibo account that had uploaded Gu Yanran's video. The account now showed that it had been deleted by the user. For normal people, there was really nothing they could do if the account had already been deleted. However, for hackers, not only was the act of deleting the account revealing that they were hiding something, but it was also much easier to check than not deleting it. This was because for various websites, although it was said to be deleted, it actually didn't delete the account. Instead, it moved the account from the range of normal security software protection to the inactive folder. The security measures for this folder were much lower than normal accounts, so it was exactly what hackers wanted. Gu Nianji opened the password testing program and only used 3 seconds to calculate the back-end login password for the account. After the password was cracked, Gu Nianji entered the uninhabited land and quickly pulled out the frozen contents of the deleted account. She looked through the lines of code and found that someone had indeed changed the IP address of the account. The account now showed that it was Gu Nianji's dormitory IP. This is really showing off in front of an expert, Gu Nianji murmured as she began the verification process of layer by layer. She followed the clues and found the login IP that had changed the IP of the account. In a computer network, as long as something was done, it would leave traces. If one wanted to erase the traces, the most complete method was to back up and overwrite it. Just like what Gu Nianji had done on Hermes' official website. However, she carefully investigated the hacker's actions and found that he hadn't considered it thoroughly. When Gu Nianji checked the backup data from the day before on Weibo's official website, she found that the contents of the account hadn't been overwritten or modified. It was still in the state before it was deleted. The IP that uploaded the video was also recorded here. Gu Nianji recognized it immediately because she was very familiar with the IP that uploaded the video. It was one of the IPs that she had checked at 32 Willow Hutong. 32 Willow Hutong was the Prime Minister's official residence. She had long guessed that the person who uploaded Gu Yanran's video and the one who played Gu Yanran's movie on the projector at the Prime Minister's official residence were the same person. She was right. After a while, she also found the IP of the hacker who hacked into the Weibo account and changed the IP that uploaded the video. However, according to the IP database, it showed that this was an invalid IP that no one had ever used before. This was the first update. A reminder to my friends for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's the second update today, so I'm going to bed earlier. The second update was at 7 p.m. There were 3 updates tomorrow, and one of them was an additional update to the Immortal Fate, 50,000 Chidian dollars, that Raindrop 6868 had rewarded in April. It was time to repay the debt of rewarding and adding updates. Mwah. P.S. A reminder to everyone to also vote for the Records of Cambrian every day. Also, let's see if we can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title. Thank you. Chapter 795. Gu Nianji's brows furrowed slightly as she stared at the 2 IP addresses in front of her. The first was the original IP address of the Weibo account that had already been deactivated. She had named it Address A, which was the IP address that belonged to the office of the Prime Minister at 32 Willow Alley. If Gu Nianji's guess was correct, this Weibo account, which had already been deleted, should be the secondary account of the First Lady, Kai Song-yin, or the secondary account owned by her team. The real IP address was the evidence that she wanted to throw at Gu Yanran. She wanted to prove that the person who uploaded her sexy little video was someone from the Prime Minister's residence. She wanted Gu Yanran to stop clinging to her. As for the other IP address, Gu Nianji named it Address B. This B address was probably the IP that a certain hacker had used to log into his Weibo account. It was also the IP used by the hacker who had altered the original IP that had uploaded the video. It belonged to the hacker Gu Nianji was looking for who had framed her. But this B address IP was an invalid IP. What's the IP? The full name of IP in English is Interprotocol, which means Internet Protocol when translated into Chinese. Every device that could access the Internet, whether it was a mobile phone, tablet, laptop, or desktop, had its own unique IP address. Just like the phone number of a phone or the house number of a resident, they were all unique. Without this IP address, there was no way to get online. All the IP addresses on the network were allocated and managed by a special management organization in the United States. They could not be set by themselves, not even by national organizations. Because of this, Gu Nianji was able to find the corresponding computer behind the scenes by checking the IP address and locking onto the IP address. Then, she would be able to search through the Special Operations Force's exclusive IP database. She would also be able to find the person controlling the computer. But now the B address in front of her, which was the IP used by hackers, did not conform to the International IP Naming Standard at all. An IP address that did not conform to the International IP Naming Standard could not form a normal data exchange with other computer systems. In layman's terms, what you said could not be understood by others, so they could not communicate with you. This kind of IP is unable to reach a network agreement, and does not have network functions, so it is invalid. But with an invalid IP, how could he log into the Weibo account, hack into the backend, and change the data? Gu Nianji frowned. She couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the other party was too clever and used an invalid IP to cover up his real IP? After some thought, Gu Nianji decided to try again. Her slender and nimble fingers were typing rapidly on the keyboard, typing out strings of codes. She was trying to find the hidden information behind this invalid IP, as though she was peeling silk from a cocoon. As time passed, she sat in front of the computer, trying to crack this invalid IP. To Gu Nianji, if something didn't seem to make sense, then there must be hidden information behind it that hadn't been revealed. She did not believe in supernatural powers, nor did she believe in metaphysics. She only believed in science. She asked. Gu, Ji of Zs Gu of Nianji. He she. And Gu Zs she, ss, she, but she's. Gu, and. He came. He Ji. He Gu Zss. He Gu. He of he Ji of a few of. He Ji. S he. He Ji. Gu knock. Gu. He knocked. He Gu. Gu. Gu Nianji was indeed famished. She had eaten some home-cooked food with Ma Chichi in the evening, but before they could finish dinner, Gu Yanran's call interrupted their meal. Thank you, Professor He. I'd like some porridge and a bowl of wonton soup. Gu Nianji remembered the taste of wonton soup. She felt even hungrier. He Ji-chu grunted. I'm going to order food. He turned around to take his phone and began ordering. Unlike Hu Xiaoheng, He Ji was a noble young master. He was obviously well taken care of. He was worse than Gu Nianji when it came to cooking and laundry. Hu Xiaoheng, on the other hand, had been in the military for many years. These things were not difficult for him. He didn't have to do it himself. He was good at cooking and housekeeping. Of course, with his current position, he didn't have to do it himself. Gu Nianji sighed. Shaking her head, she sat up and looked at the invalid IP again. She decided to think about it after supper. She was at her wit's end. Gu Nianji walked out of the study and went to the bathroom to wash her face. She then heated a glass of milk for herself. Before long, the wonton soup and sea cucumber, abalone, and scallop porridge arrived. When Gu Nianji smelled the delicious aroma of the food, her appetite was immediately aroused, and she immediately sat down at the table. Hiji took a white, medium-sized bowl and filled it with wonton soup for Gu Nianji. As the name suggested, the key to wonton soup was the soup. Gu Nianji picked up the bowl and tasted the soup. It was so delicious that all her taste buds came alive. The soup was clear and rich. It was made with bones, black-boned chicken, scallops cooked for a day and a night. Then the bones, meat, and foam were filtered out to leave only the clearest soup base. A little dark purple seaweed, emerald green coriander, white and tender spring onions, and a little salt were added. It was irresistible. Gu Nianji ate another small wonton. It was filled with pork, shrimps, and eggs, but she could tell from the first bite that the pork and eggs were organic, and the shrimps were wild, not farmed, so they tasted much better than the pork, eggs, and shrimps sold in the market. Professor He, which restaurant did you order supper from? The ingredients are amazing. It's almost the same as the specially provided food Hu Xiao and the others ate. Gu Nianji smiled and asked Hiji for the name of the restaurant. She planned to visit often in the future. A smile appeared on Hiji's aloof face. You like it? Yes. Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. It's very delicious. Can I have another bowl? She couldn't wait to buy all the wonton soup. Hiji scooped another bowl of sea cucumber, abalone, and scallop porridge for her. Eat this. Gu Nianji looked at the bowl of porridge and was speechless. She only wanted a bowl of porridge. Millet porridge would be fine. Did it have to be so luxurious? She was a little embarrassed to eat abalone in the middle of the night. Hiji put the spoon in her bowl and said, "Eat it. You've been using up a lot of mental work recently. Your body is weak and needs nourishment." Gu Nianji chuckled and thought to herself, I'm a talented girl. I'll be fine the next day after being shot by a bullet, let alone now when it's just mental work. Professor He, you don't know anything about my strength, Gu Nianji secretly complained to herself, and the expression on her face was a little strange. Hiji saw it and raised his eyebrows. His rippling peach blossom eyes shone with a smile. Are you criticizing me again? Why do you say, again? Gu Nianji smiled slightly. You make it sound like I've been criticizing you before. Haven't you? You've been criticizing me since the first day I interviewed you. Hiji knocked on the table. Hurry up and eat. This seafood porridge won't taste good when it's cold. Gu Nianji's eyebrows and eyes moved together. She began to tease him. How did you know? Hiji didn't reply. He only said, if you like it, I'll have this person come here to cook for me in the future. You can come and eat whenever you want. Oh. You hired a part-time worker. Gu Nianji understood. Then you prepared the ingredients yourself? Hiji nodded and said nonchalantly, I bought an organic farm. All the food is delivered from the organic farm, including pork and seafood. It doesn't matter if you don't spend time with Hu Xiaoheng in the future. If he can make you eat specially provided food, so can I. Gu Nianji could only say, Tycoon. Please suck up to me. She looked at Hiji with admiration, but still declined. Professor He, I'll come here occasionally to satisfy my cravings. But you really have to eat well. I've seen you only drink red wine before. I've never seen you eat. Hiji laughed. How can that be? Of course I eat, but I drink a little more. I wasn't in a good mood then. He paused and looked at Gu Nianji. His voice softened. I won't anymore. My appetite has returned. Because he was in a good mood. He didn't say why he was in a good mood, and Gu Nianji didn't ask. After finishing supper, Gu Nianji returned to the study to continue fighting. After Hiji washed up, he saw that Gu Nianji was still writing programs with a gloomy expression. He was very curious. He walked in and asked, "Did you encounter any problems? Do you need help?" Gu Nianji nodded, then shook her head. She said in distress, "I did encounter a problem, but..." She glanced at He but smiled without saying anything. Because Professor He might not be able to provide that kind of help, Gu Nianji didn't know how good He's computer skills were. After all, He often let her even start the computer in front of her. He knew what she was thinking from the look in her eyes. He didn't say much and leaned forward. He reached out from behind Gu Nianji and held her mouse. His other hand was still in his trouser pocket. His gaze fell on the 2 IP addresses that Gu Nianji's hacking software had found. He didn't care about the IP address of the office of the Prime Minister. His gaze fell on the invalid IP address below. His eyebrows suddenly twitched, and his hand tightened around the mouse. After a while, he slowly released it. Gu Nianji moved to the side and said with a smile, "Professor He, can you help me?" He retracted his hand and straightened his back. His expression quickly returned to normal. Both his hands were in his trouser pockets as he said to Gu Nianji leisurely, "You think I don't know anything about computers, right?" No. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head with a smile. "But I've never seen you display your skills in this area. How about it? Do you want to show me some of your skills? Tell me first, why do you want to investigate these 2 IP addresses?" There was nothing she couldn't say. Gu Nianji told him about how Gu Yanran's video had become a hot topic on Weibo. Then Gu Yanran went to Weibo and asked them to provide information about the account that uploaded the video. Weibo officials gave her dorm IP address to Gu Yanran, and Gu Yanran threatened to sue Gu Nianji. Professor He, everyone knows who did it that day, but now they've gone too far. They've even used hackers to change the IP address to frame me. How can I not fight back? Gu Nianji clenched her fists and said angrily, "Who has the time to fight this kind of romantic lawsuit with Gu Yanran? What I want to fight with her is a family property lawsuit." He understood, and his expression was a bit stunned. He thought about it for a moment before saying to Gu Nianji, "This IP address looks like it's not valid, but it's connected to the internet. What do you think is going on?" "I think it's been modified. The other party is more powerful than me. I spent half a day trying, but I still couldn't find the real IP behind it." Gu Nianji's face was bitter. "Look, I've been working for 3 whole hours without finding anything." He glanced at the program she wrote and shook his head. "This kind of IP obviously won't let you find it. What's the point of finding it? But he perjured himself to harm me. But now you can't find him at all. Just like you said, he's temporarily more powerful than you, so you can't choose to fight him head-on. Instead, you have to achieve your goal in a roundabout way." He analyzed calmly for her. "You have to take it step by step. Right now, your target is Gu Yanran. As long as you capture Gu Yanran, the person behind her will either give up or reveal themselves. You can't be led by the nose by others. You should take the initiative in your own hands." This was the second watch. Reminder to all of you for your monthly and recommendation votes. Especially the recommendation votes. P.S. Remind everyone to also vote for the History of Cambrian every day. Also see if you can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title. Thank you. Chapter 796. Gu Nianji frowned as she listened to Hijichu's explanation, but her eyes were still glued to the invalid IP address. Hijichu's suggestion was indeed the most appropriate and time-saving method at the moment. She couldn't spend too much time on this. What if she couldn't crack the invalid IP? Was she supposed to wait for Gu Yanran to sue? But this invalid IP was also very attractive to her. It was like an obsessive-compulsive disorder patient seeing a book that was slanted and wanting to straighten it, or a genius who loved solving math problems and suddenly found a problem she couldn't solve. She had to solve it even if she didn't eat, drink, or sleep. She struggled for a long time to give up her rationality and desire to solve the problem. Finally, she steeled her heart and nodded slowly. Fine. I'll leave it for now. But she also swore to herself that once she solved Gu Yanran's problem and graduated early, she would have plenty of time to solve the problem. Hijichu sighed in relief and raised his chin with a smile. Then what are you going to do? The IP address has already been changed. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled slyly. I'll change it back again. More accurately, she wanted to create a man-made system malfunction and force the Weibo officials to restore the backup data from yesterday. That way, she could overwrite the IP address that was changed by the hacker and make the deactivated account become active again. She could take the opportunity to add a small app to the Weibo account and make the account automatically display the last IP address and location. Then she could take a screenshot of the Weibo public page and send it to Gu Yanran to slap her in the face. Hijichu patted her head with a smile. You really have a lot of ideas. You've done this many times, haven't you? Who wants to fight you online? You've really picked the wrong target. Gu Nianji smiled proudly but quickly pulled a long face and said unhappily, You can't say that. I can't compare to the person who made the invalid IP address. Hijichu retracted his hand and thought to himself, I hope you never meet him again and don't know who he is. You're only 19. You have plenty of time to enrich yourself. Also, computer technology is improving every day. Maybe you'll be able to crack it in a while. Hijichu knew Gu Nianji's habits and obsession, so he could only comfort her. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and nodded slowly. Professor, he is right. I will work hard. All right, let's do it. As Hijichu spoke, he took out an iPad and sat on the sofa in the study with her as he casually browsed the news. Gu Nianji used all of her methods to attack Weibo. At 11:00 at night, the Huaxia Empire's largest social media site, Weibo, suddenly experienced a technical malfunction. The servers distributed all over the Blue Planet were attacked to varying degrees, and the attacks were launched with ease, as if they were measured with a ruler. Countless people who were used to going to bed after browsing Weibo realized that they couldn't go online anymore. They started wailing on various online forums, saying that they couldn't go on anymore. All of Weibo's IT staff and foreign aid were quickly organized to deal with the first global technical failure since the establishment of Weibo. All of Blue Planet's Weibo technical staff were contacting each other via video conference, discussing the best solution in full swing. After working for 2 hours, they realized that if they didn't take decisive action, the entire system would be destroyed, and all the historical data would be lost. Let's overturn the table. Weibo's global technical director gritted his teeth and made the final decision in the global technical department's video conference. When was the last data backup yesterday? Starting from that one time. But if we do that, we'll lose all of today's data. The technical staff was unwilling to give up. At times like this, we have to grasp the big picture and let go of the small picture. Either we lose all of today's data, or we lose all of it. Do you even need to use your brain to think which one to choose? The technical director spat in the technical staff's face. Overturn the table. At 1:00 in the morning, the Weibo system issued a notice announcing that the database had been overturned to the last backup, and all of today's data would be lost. They hereby apologized to all Weibo users and compensated them with 3 months of free membership. As soon as this notice came out, the obsessive-compulsive patients who couldn't sleep without checking Weibo could finally wait in peace. All systems were rebooted, the backup data was restored, and tests were conducted to see if the virus that threatened the entire system had disappeared. This process took another 2 hours. By the time Weibo's technical department confirmed that everything was back to normal and reopened Weibo, it was already 3 in the morning. Weibo's global malfunction this time also alarmed many organizations both at home and abroad, including the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. Zhao Liangze and Hu Xiaoheng were both in the central control room. They had watched Weibo's malfunction almost the entire time and had contacted Weibo to ask if they needed technical support. However, Weibo officials refused the Special Operations Force's assistance on the grounds of protecting user privacy. Therefore, Zhao Liangze and Hu Xiaoheng didn't know that this was actually just a whim of a certain online girl. That's great, the last login IP is showing. Gu Nianji smiled as she took a screenshot of the Weibo account that had been deleted but reappeared because of the data recovery. It clearly showed the IP address when the video was uploaded, as well as the actual address. It was the office of the Prime Minister at 32 Willow Alley. Similarly, the short video that had been deleted by Weibo's system also reappeared because of the recovery of the backup data. Gu Nianji immediately used a secondary account with a disguised IP address to repost it, as well as a few big accounts and the official accounts of the office of the Prime Minister. She wrote, "Weibo's technical malfunction has allowed so much evil to surface. Do you think you won't have to take responsibility for your illegal actions just because you deleted the account? Prime Minister Tan, please come out and explain why the IP that uploaded the indecent video was the IP of your office of the Prime Minister. Why did it show the location of your office of the Prime Minister? Why did you delete the account after uploading it? What kind of shameful conspiracy are you trying to cover up?" The repost that appeared in the middle of the night immediately made Weibo users, who had been waiting for most of the night and couldn't sleep, unusually excited. They all ran to the Weibo account that had just been deleted yesterday and reinstated today to watch. The IP address and actual location shown in the screenshot made them go crazy, and those who hadn't had time to download the video hurriedly downloaded it like crazy. The lively Weibo was like a gluttonous feast at that moment, and the repost quickly became the most prominent trending topic. The news media on duty followed suit and posted the indecent video from the office of the Prime Minister on Weibo to the trending news. Starting at 3:10 in the morning, the office of the Prime Minister's hotline never stopped ringing. Gu Nianji typed the last letter with satisfaction and forwarded the screenshot of the IP address to Gu Yanran. She stood up with a wide smile and clapped her hands. "It's done. Today's mission has been successfully completed." He Zhichu had been smiling at her the entire time. Seeing that she was finally done, he stood up and said, "It's too late. Why don't you rest here?" Gu Nianji shook her head and quickly declined. "No, I'm going back to the dormitory. It's just on campus, so it's fine. Then I'll walk you." He Zhichu wouldn't let Gu Nianji walk alone at night anymore. He took his coat and put it on before walking out of the professor's building with Gu Nianji. It was early in the morning on the B University campus. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The cold night wind blew chills all over. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, was so excited that she felt hot. Her snow-white face was flushed, and her eyes sparkled like stars. She didn't feel any discomfort or fatigue from staying up late at all. He Zhichu walked slowly with her and listened to her soft, crisp voice chattering. It was just like many years ago. It was as if those times had returned. A faint smile appeared on his aloof face, and his shimmering, sultry eyes focused on Gu Nianji. He could only see her figure. He really hoped that this road would go on forever without an end. But it was only a hope. In reality, they arrived at Gu Nianji's dormitory not long after. He Zhichu adjusted Gu Nianji's scarf. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow is Monday, so I'll give you the morning off." He Zhichu's class was Monday morning, but Gu Nianji shook her head. "I'll be fine after a few hours of sleep. I don't have to skip class." "Okay." He Zhichu didn't say anything else. "Good night." Gu Nianji nodded and waved at him. "Good night, Professor He." She turned to walk into the elevator and watched as the doors slowly closed. Hijichu stood there looking at her, his shimmering, sultry eyes filled with deep pity and sorrow. Gu Nianji froze. When she poked her head out to look again, Hijichu had already turned to leave. Weird, Gu Nianji muttered to herself and shrugged. She didn't want to think about Hijichu's strange behavior. He was too strange anyway, so Gu Nianji pretended not to see it. Returning to the dormitory, Gu Nianji tiptoed into her room, afraid to wake Machichi. It was already 3:30 in the morning. It would be immoral of her to wake someone up. Gu Nianji tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she saw that the results of searching for the Hermes official website login IP had come out on her laptop. She felt very tired and wanted to check the results tomorrow, but when she walked past the desk, she accidentally glanced at it. That one glance made her unable to move. The IP that appeared on the computer screen was none other than the invalid IP that she had found at Hijichu's place to tamper with the Weibo account. Hijichu trudged back to the professor's building and sat on the sofa in the study in a daze for a while. The invalid IP that Gu Nianji had found kept replaying in his mind. He tried for a long time, but he couldn't shake off that terrifying thought. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and called his hometown to wake up his cousin, Qin Ziyuan. "Big cousin, help me find an IP address." As he spoke, he sent the invalid IP to Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan was full of complaints when he was woken up in the middle of the night, but he didn't refuse Hijichu. He turned on the computer and quickly did a search. Then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and stared at the information displayed on the computer. He blurted out, "That's impossible." Hijichu's heart sank. "How is it? Did you find anything?" "This invalid IP, this IP, how could someone still use it? Didn't that person? Didn't he die 7 years ago?" Qin Ziyuan muttered, his fingers trembling on the keyboard. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., we will add an update to Raindrop 6868's Immortal Fate, 50,000 Chidian coins, in April. At 7 p.m., the third watch. P.S. Thank Xianyuan Yushin for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. A reminder for everyone to also vote for The History of Cambrian every day. Also see if you can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title, thank you. Chapter 797. Hijichu slowly leaned back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. He looked extremely tired. It really was him. Closing his eyes, he could still see the explosion 7 years ago, the mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The madness of that person 7 years ago was still vivid in his mind. Did the explosion he created not kill him? How was that possible? Hijichu didn't speak for a long time. "Hijichu, are you still there? How did you know that this IP was still used? That's so strange." Qin Ziyuan scratched his head with lingering fear. "What should I do? If this crazy person appears again, will he?" "No." Hijichu interrupted Qin Ziyuan. "Cousin, don't tell anyone about this yet. I still have to discuss it with my father. I don't think it's that simple." "Fine, you have the final say." Qin Ziyuan yawned. "Don't worry about me. Good night." "Thank you." Hijichu ended the call with Qin Ziyuan and called his father. Although it was the middle of the night, Senior Mr. He picked up the phone as soon as it rang. "Chew." Senior Mr. He was a bit nervous. His voice sounded unusually old in the quiet night. Receiving a call from a relative in the middle of the night was most likely not a good thing. Senior Mr. He's heart tightened. He Jichu's heart felt stifled. He was silent for a moment before asking quietly, "Dad, are you okay?" "Yeah, much better. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Senior Mr. He's voice softened as he sat up slowly. He leaned against the headboard and adjusted the pillow beside him. That pillow was the one his wife had loved all those years ago. No one could sleep next to him except for his first wife. He Jichu knew that although his father and Auntie Chin had gotten married, they had always slept in separate rooms. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about disturbing others when he called at night. "I'm fine too." He Jichu held his phone as he sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He looked very relaxed, but he was actually very nervous. "Dad, there's something I want to ask you, go ahead. It must be urgent for you to call so late at night." Senior Mr. He chuckled. He was very happy and gratified to be able to share his son's burden. He Jichu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dad, Uncle Gu, shut up." Old Mr. He's roar came from the phone. He immediately sat up straight on the bed and clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Which uncle of yours is he? If it wasn't for him, would your mother have died so suddenly? If it wasn't for him, would Nyenji have left us at such a young age? If it weren't for him, would you have left home and refused to come back? He broke up our family. I won't let him go even if I become a ghost. Don't mention him to me." He Jichu only wanted to laugh bitterly when he heard this. Sure enough, old master he was furious at the mention of Gu Xiangwen. He Jichu's mother had suddenly passed away 12 years ago, all the way until the earth-shattering chaos 7 years ago. He Jichu rubbed his temples with a headache and said slowly, "Dad, no matter how wrong Uncle Gu is, he is still Nyenji's biological father. He also saved me. If it wasn't for him saving you, do you think I would have tolerated him after your mother passed away? It's a pity that he doesn't repent and still has designs on Nyenji." Old master he was furious and started coughing in agitation. "Dad, are you okay?" He Jichu stood up worriedly. "Don't be so agitated. Take a deep breath." "Yes, take a deep breath. Is there water by the bed? Drink some water." He Jichu guided old master he over the phone and finally managed to alleviate his earth-shattering coughing. Seeing that his father's reaction was still so intense, He Jichu didn't bring up the topic just now. He was afraid to continue provoking him. But after old master he calmed down, he didn't let him off the hook. He asked in a low voice, "Why did you mention that person? Is there a problem?" He Jichu knew that his father was very smart. Very few people could hide anything from him. He thought about it and said, "I was just thinking, did he really die 7 years ago?" Old master he frowned when he heard this. "What do you mean? What did you discover?" "No, I'm just thinking that although he is eccentric, serious, and has done many unforgivable and unimaginable things, his achievements in science are also obvious to all. His IQ is so high that nothing can stump him. So why did he do what he did 7 years ago? Did he really want to die?" He Jichu tried to speak as calmly as possible. He didn't want his father to think badly of him. Old master he understood what he was trying to say, but his son didn't say anything. He only said firmly, "Jichu, I can let you do anything else, but not this. I'll say it here today. He was smart enough to commit suicide. If he died, I could end things once and for Nyenji's sake. But if he really didn't die, I'll make him die a second time. I'll tear him to pieces. I'll grind him to ashes. I won't hesitate." He Jichu hung up and sat quietly in the darkness. He stared at the French windows not far away for a long time. The curtains weren't drawn, so he could see the first glimmers of dawn. The navy blue sky lifted its veil, revealing the seductive colors to the world bit by bit. Navy blue, lake blue, grayish blue, light blue, moon white, fish belly white, and then suddenly turned into thousands of red clouds. The golden sun leaped from the horizon, and the glaring sunlight instantly filled the entire living room. He Ji-chu instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. The sun had risen, and it was a new day. He Ji-chu looked at his watch. Classes would start in 2 hours. He sighed, adjusted his mind, and got up to wash up. When Gu Nianji woke up in the morning, she was woken up by Ma Chi-chi's fierce banging on the door. Nianji, Nianji. Come out and watch the fun. Ma Chi-chi's excited voice rang out from outside the door. Gu Nianji yawned and looked at her watch. It was only 7:30 in the morning. She lifted the blankets and put on a robe. Opening the door, she frowned at Ma Chi-chi. What's wrong? Did you win the lottery? Pfft. That's even more fun than winning the lottery. Ma Chi-chi showed her phone. Look at today's trending Weibo. It's already causing a ruckus. Gu Nianji only glanced at Ma Chi-chi's phone, and her breathing instantly stopped. She saw the top trending Weibo. The Senate has announced that the impeachment of Prime Minister Tan Dongbang will officially begin at 7:00 today. There were also all the major news headlines, and all of them were related to this news. What was going on? What was going on? She only wanted to find the real IP that uploaded Gu Yanran's video to slap Gu Yanran in the face. How did this become the trigger for Prime Minister Tan's impeachment? This world was too fantastical. This was the second update, and it was an additional update to Raindrop 6868's Immortal Fate in April, 50,000 Chidian dollars. It was the third update today. Let me remind you of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 798. Gu Nianji took the phone from Ma Chi-chi and scrolled down to look at the Weibo app. So it was because the Weibo system malfunctioned yesterday and restored the data from a day ago. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up slightly. Oh my. The office of the Prime Minister is too careless. They used a secondary account to do something so shameful and even had the guts to turn on their location. Other than the IP address, the Weibo account also showed the location of the video. It was the office of the Prime Minister at 32 Willow Alley. Yes, yes. This was called the Justice of Heaven has a long arm, but it never escapes. Who told them to secretly defame others? Although Ma Chi-chi despised what Gu Yanran had done to Gu Nianji, it was shameless enough for someone from the office of the Prime Minister to upload Gu Yanran's erotic video online. This incident actually became a hot topic on Weibo. It sure spread fast. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. What do you call this? A video to bring down the Prime Minister? TSK. If the impeachment is successful, won't Prime Minister Tan be the shortest-serving Prime Minister in our country's history? Yeah, up until now, there probably hasn't been anyone shorter than him. I don't know if there will be anyone shorter than him in the future. Ma Chi-chi winked mischievously and looked Gu Nianji up and down. Oh. When did you come back yesterday? It was midnight. You were already asleep. Gu Nianji slapped the phone back to Ma Chi-chi. Okay, go wash up and eat breakfast. It's Monday today, so you still have classes. Ma Chi-chi replied easily and went back to her room to wash up. Gu Nianji also turned to go back to her room and yawned as she went to the bathroom to take a shower to wake up. Just then, she heard her phone ring. Priest, temple, war, bow and arrow belong to whose past? I like the image of you only belonging to me in the crowd. This was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji was speechless. She slowly walked over and swiped to answer it. She put it to her ear and politely said, hello. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Nianji, I received news that Gu Yenran contacted the air traffic control to request a flight route. She wants to leave the Xia Empire as soon as possible and return to Barbados. The air traffic control said that her request was too urgent and there were no flights during the day. They could only arrange flights for her after 10 p.m. Hu Xiaoheng reported the news to her. What do you want to do? Gu Nianji thought about the news that Prime Minister Tan was about to be impeached and quickly said, I want to file a complaint immediately to stop her from leaving the country. If she wanted to fight for the inheritance with Gu Yenran, she would have to go to Barbados if she wasn't in the Xia Empire. Gu Nianji's nationality was the Xia Empire, while Gu Yenran's nationality was Barbados. Considering that Barbados was so far away, it was better for her to sue in the Xia Empire. After all, the Gu family had so many assets all over the world. There was no need for them to go to Barbados to file a lawsuit. The key was to first stand on the legal principle and win the case before considering the issue of enforcement. She could only use the court order to demand that Gu Yenran hand over the inventory of the Gu assets if she submitted the complaint first. To be honest, Gu Nianji had no idea how much wealth the Gus had. She was even considering hacking into Gu Yenran's computer to find out what was going on. Hu Xiaoheng had never commented on legal matters, so he only nodded. All right, then hurry up and get ready. Make sure the court summons is given to her before she gets on the plane. Otherwise, she will really get on the plane. As of now, Gu Yenran didn't have any criminal records, and they didn't have any evidence to prove that she had committed a crime, so they couldn't restrict her freedom of movement. However, if she was sued and the plaintiff believed that her going abroad would be closely related to the lawsuit, then the court could confiscate Gu Yenran's passport and prevent her from leaving the country. Even if she was a foreigner. She would have to listen to the Xia Empire if she got into trouble with the government on Xia soil. Gu Nianji hung up and realized that she wouldn't be able to go to Professor He's class today. She called He Zhichu. Professor He, I have something to do and can't come to class today. Can I apply for leave? He Zhichu had just finished his breakfast and asked, What is it? What is it? Gu Nianji told him that Gu Yenran wanted to go back to Barbados, so she had to immediately prepare a complaint to stop her. He Zhichu agreed immediately. All right, prepare the complaint. Do you want me to see it before you submit it? Gu Nianji declined with a smile. This is a normal estate dispute case, so there's no need to trouble lawyer He. I can handle it myself. Hu Xiaoheng had instilled in her a habit of relying on herself for things that she could handle. Unless she couldn't handle it herself, she could only ask for help from others. He Zhichu also knew that it was only a piece of paper, so it wouldn't be a problem for Gu Nianji. He reassured her. All right, then. You don't have to come to class today. Quickly prepare the complaint and submit it through an expedited channel. Make it clear that the defendant is about to leave the country and hope that the court can immediately issue a subpoena to stop her from leaving the country. Okay, thank you for your guidance, Professor He. Gu Nianji hung up and sat in front of her laptop to urgently draft the complaint. In a high-end apartment on the third ring road of the imperial capital, Gu Yenran's face was pale. She didn't even look at the things in the apartment. She only prepared a small bag with a few cards and a bunch of keys. She held her phone and continuously dialed Yi Xian's number, but all she got was a notification that said, the subscriber you dialed is unavailable. Just as she lost count of how many times she called and was about to give up in despair, Yi Xian finally picked up. He didn't speak, but Gu Yenran knew he was there. Xian. Come back to Barbados with me, and we'll start over, okay? As soon as Gu Yenran realized that Yi Xian had picked up, she immediately burst into tears. Xian, give me one more chance. Don't tell me that everything you said all these years about loving me was fake. Yi Xian still didn't speak, but his breathing became heavier. She could hear it clearly through the phone. Xian, are you blaming me? I was forced. Prime Minister Tan, he's the Prime Minister. How could I refuse what he wanted me to do? Gu Yanran recalled the short video at Tan Gairan's birthday party and felt a bit guilty. Although she and Yi Xian had always maintained an intimate relationship, she also knew that Yi Xian loved her deeply. That was why he turned a blind eye to her looking for a boyfriend outside. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, and in public at that, it was obvious how much of an impact it had on him. As for her, she had never treated Yi Xian as a boyfriend before. He wasn't even a spare tire. She didn't expect that Yi Xian would become her last straw now. Gu Yanran cried even harder. Xian. Are you listening? I really can't live without you. After so many people and so many things, I finally know that you treat me the best. Come back to Barbados with me, and we'll get married as soon as we get back. I'll bear your children. I'll have a lot of children. Don't you want a lot of children? Yi Xian was also a bit choked up on the other end of the line. He thought of the beautiful days he and Gu Yanran had spent together. Perhaps the days he thought were beautiful were completely a lie. He couldn't accept it anymore. Gu Yanran, whether it was 7 years ago or now, you've lied to me all the time. Yi Xian's voice was very low. Do you really think I'm brainless and only fit to be played around by you? Xian, what are you doing? Listen to me. Gu Yanran's heart was in her throat. Xian, Gu Nianji isn't a good person either. Think about it. Why did she chat with you anonymously in the first place? She's looking down on you. Looking down on me too. So you're saying that you actually look down on me? Yi Xian laughed coldly. Gu Yanran, you better not provoke me anymore. If you annoy me, I'll go find Gu Nianji directly and tell her everything about you. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. A reminder for everyone to also vote for the Records of Cambrian every day. Also, let's see if we can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title. Thank you. The girls in the group PM messaged me saying that they often ask for 5 treasures to get a Cambrian Alliance fan title at around 5 a.m. in the morning. Okay, I haven't tried it before. If you're jet-lagged, you can try it. Chapter 799. Reveal everything to Gu Nianji. Gu Yanran lost her mind from anger. That was the last thing she wanted to accept and hated. Years of dissatisfaction, anger, and the anxiety and fear she couldn't express since reuniting with Gu Nianji made her finally blurt out, "Go ahead and reveal it. If you reveal me, I'll rip her face off for you to see. Do you think she's the person you chatted with anonymously all those years ago? Stop dreaming. She..." Yi Xian was also extremely angry and fidgety on the other end of the line. He kicked out and kicked something with a bang. It was unclear what he had kicked, but there was an earth-shattering sound. The sound was like thunder in Gu Yanran's ears and quickly pulled her back from the edge of losing her mind. Gu Yanran covered her mouth with her hand and looked out the window at the blue sky that was like a blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. She seemed to suddenly remember something, and a trace of extreme panic flashed through her gentle eyes. Her entire body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even her teeth were chattering. The foam slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a thud. Gu Yanran slumped on the sofa and covered her face with her hands as she desperately curled up on the sofa. "I want to go back. I want to go back. I can't stay here anymore." She couldn't go back to Barbados either. When she applied for a flight route with the air traffic control, she had only used Barbados as a cover. As long as she left the Huaxia Empire, where couldn't she go? Gu Yanran kept muttering in her heart and became more determined. She had to leave the Huaxia Empire immediately and find a place to hide. Gu Nianji worked hard in her dorm all morning and finally finished the complaint at noon. It was a complaint for an estate dispute case, and the disputed assets were not only in the Huaxia Empire but could be all over the world. Even the court that accepted the case had disputes, so Gu Nianji put in a lot of effort to convince the Huaxia Imperial Court to accept her complaint in order to file the case. She had just printed out the complaint when she heard Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji picked it up. Hu Xiao, what's up? Did you go to court to file the case? Hu Xiaoheng had just finished lunch and went to the immigration agency to check. He found that Gu Yanran's ban had not been issued yet, so he knew Gu Nianji had not finished yet. Gu Nianji sighed. I just finished writing the complaint, brother. Why are you in such a hurry? It's getting late. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at his watch. I'll leave you to your work then. With that, he hung up and drove out. Gu Nianji grumbled and hung up the phone. She began to pack her things and was about to leave. At 1:00 in the afternoon, Gu Nianji personally went to the Imperial Capital High People's Court to submit her complaint. We have never accepted such a case before. The staff member from the High People's Court who was in charge of reception carefully read Gu Nianji's complaint and was very impressed with it. However, he had never accepted a case like this before. Look, why don't you file the case in the Barbados court? Gu Nianji was starting to panic. If she gave up now and let Gu Yanran leave the Huaxia Empire, she highly suspected that Gu Yanran would go into hiding. It would be troublesome if she came looking for her again. Sir, could you please discuss it with the judge before making a decision? Gu Nianji was anxious. I've written it very clearly here, including applicable laws, precedents, and international standards for handling cases like this. It's all listed. Can't you refer to it? The middle-aged man in his 40s instantly blushed. He felt very uncomfortable being questioned by a young girl who was still wet behind the ears. His expression turned cold as well. He casually sketched a few sentences on Gu Nianji's complaint and said in a bureaucratic tone. Where's the precedent? Why haven't I seen it before? Where did you find all these you're talking about? I've listed references at the back. You can check them out. Gu Nianji quickly flipped to the last page of the complaint. Look, it's right here. I've never heard of it. I didn't know this counted as references. The staff was getting impatient. He slammed his pen heavily on the desk. All right, little girl. Don't pester me endlessly. Are you an adult? Don't cause trouble. If you really want to file a complaint, get a lawyer to bring you here. As he spoke, he was about to roll Gu Nianji's complaint into a ball and throw it out. Gu Nianji had never thought that dealing with these staff members in the court would be even more difficult than dealing with those glib-tongued defendants and plaintiffs' lawyers in court. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her large eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist. She was so beautiful that it made people's hearts ache. The staff member also seemed to realize his bad attitude and said guiltily, "Don't cry. These are the rules. We all have to follow the rules, right? You don't have any rules to follow, so I'm also in a difficult position. Also, the amount involved is so large, but you don't even have a lawyer to represent you. How can I trust you? Are you an adult? You're not messing with me, are you?" "Messing with you, my ass. Who the hell has the time to mess with you? Do you think you're a clown sent by a monkey?" Gu Nianji clenched her hands into fists and pursed her lips to force the tears in her eyes down. She raised her head and took a deep breath. She braced herself and mustered her courage. Just as she was about to continue persuading the staff member to submit her complaint, she heard the door to the small room suddenly open. Someone walked in. The impatient staff member across from her suddenly plastered a smile on his face and stood up from his seat. He hurriedly walked around to the door and said politely, President John, why are you here? You could have just called if you needed anything. Why did you have to come here personally? Gu Nianji listened to this person's tone change from arrogant to subservient, and she curled her lip in disdain. She turned around to see what kind of person could make this staff member bow and scrape to this extent. She saw a tall man standing at the door. He was old and had grizzled sideburns, but his eyes were very sharp when he looked at people. He nodded nonchalantly at the staff member, then said to Gu Nianji, "Are you here to submit a complaint?" Gu Nianji was speechless. But she still nodded. "Yes, may I ask who you are? Let me take a look at your complaint." The man extended his hand to her. His wide palm was spread out in front of her, and she felt an indescribable sense of trust. This was a man who looked trustworthy at first glance. Gu Nianji quickly took the complaint and respectfully placed it in his hand. The staff member was very uneasy and murmured, "Well, President John, we have no precedent for this kind of case, and according to the main body of the property, none of them are in our country." "Logically, what do you mean the main body of the property isn't in our country?" Gu Nianji couldn't listen to it anymore and rudely interrupted the staff member's words. She said calmly, "The venue of an estate dispute case is either based on the nationality of the plaintiff or the nationality of the defendant. My nationality is the Xia Empire. I'm suing for the property, and as a staff member of the Xia Empire's High People's Court, you actually dare to say something like this that won't be accepted? Don't you feel ashamed? Ask your professional ethics. Do you agree? If it's still there. You." The staff member's face turned red from her words in front of President John, but he didn't dare to make things difficult for Gu Nianji anymore. After all, the big boss was right in front of him. If he continued to make things difficult for her, he would be out of his mind. President John didn't say anything at the side. He skimmed through Gu Nianji's complaint and nodded. "You wrote this complaint?" Gu Nianji, she squinted her crystal-clear eyes suspiciously. "Why do you ask?" "Because you didn't bring a lawyer. If it was written by a lawyer, you wouldn't have to file the case yourself." President John looked at her and saw that she still had a puzzled expression. He chuckled. "Actually, it's remarkable that lawyer Gu personally wrote her own complaint." Gu Nianji stared at President John, flabbergasted. You know me." "Yes, I've seen all the cases you fought in the military court and the German court. Not bad. The younger generation will truly surpass the older." President John seemed to have a good impression of her and said readily, "I'll accept your complaint and send someone to deliver the subpoena right away. We'll pick a date for the hearing." President John was very busy with work. He had been asked by someone to help Gu Nianji file the case, then went back to the meeting. Gu Nianji felt like she was dreaming. She completed the rest of the procedures with the staff member, who immediately changed his attitude. She watched them send someone to deliver the subpoena with her own eyes before leaving the main entrance of the High People's Court like she was sleepwalking. She stood on the side of the road and looked back at the tall national emblem. She had a vague idea in her mind, but she wasn't sure. She picked up her phone and swiped it open. She wanted to call someone, but after rubbing it twice, she put it down again. She walked a few steps forward and lowered her head to swipe the phone open. She tapped on the letter that represented that person. She wanted to call, but after trying several times, her finger felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. She just couldn't press it. Forget it. She sighed in her heart and looked down at her phone. Just as she was about to put it back in her bag, her phone suddenly rang. "Priest, temple, war, bow and arrow, whose past did you belong to me in the crowd?" That was Hu Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji's finger had been hovering over the A in her phone's address book. What a coincidence. She wanted to call him, and he called. Gu Nianji hesitated for a while before swiping the phone open. She softly said, "Hello." A pleasant deep laugh came from the phone. Not only did it come from the phone, but it also seemed to be right next to her ear. It seemed to be very close. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly turned around and saw Hu Xiaoheng, dressed in casual clothes, with both hands in his trouser pockets. He stood casually by the entrance of the High People's Court. From her angle, the tall national emblem seemed to be shining above his head. He stood under the majestic national emblem and looked at her with a faint smile. This was the first update. She originally wanted to update 2 times today, but she suddenly realized that the monthly votes were about to reach 6,100, so she could only continue to update 3 times greater than over equal to for all, /LoveLore reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The monthly votes would be 6,100 plus updates at 1 p.m. The third update would be at 7 p.m. PS. Thank you to novel expert ZXF for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Remind everyone to also vote for the Chronicles of Cambrian every day. Also see if I can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title. Thank you. Chapter 800. The blazing red flame on the national emblem was wrapped in a layer of yellow wheat. It was like the sun, shining brightly and illuminating the earth. It was also like Hu Xiaoheng's smile. His lips curled up slightly, but it was as bright as the sun and had a hint of irresistible temptation. Gu Nianji felt a little dizzy as the scorching air hit her. She closed her eyes under the sunlight and maintained a motionless posture as she watched Hu Xiaoheng leisurely walk towards her. Why didn't you call me? Hu Xiaoheng stood in front of her, his voice low and melodious. The magnetism in his voice was like a stream of heat that drilled into her ears and went straight down, warming her internal organs. It was like a roller that slowly ground her heart into a cavity of fine powder. When the wind blew, it all flew up and stuck to his mellow and intoxicating voice. Gu Nianji gripped her phone tightly, her palms sweating. It was against the rules to be so attractive. Gu Nianji was a little indignant and tried to use a calm voice to say, "Thank you for your help, Hu Xiao. Did you call President Zhang?" Everything that had just happened in the court's reception room came back to Gu Nianji's mind. Then she looked at Hu Xiaoheng standing in front of her with a smile. What else did she not understand? Hu Xiaoheng must have called the president of the court. Hu Xiaoheng saw her conflicted expression and knew what she was thinking. He turned to look across the street. "We'll talk in the car. It's not convenient here." Gu Nianji saw an inconspicuous black Mercedes-Benz SUV parked across the street. It wasn't the Bentley SUV. "What's the matter?" Gu Nianji hesitated and didn't want to get in Hu Xiaoheng's car. "You don't want to watch the show?" Hu Xiaoheng leaned slightly. "Watch how Gu Yanran accepts the court summons. Then I'll take you back to school." He knew Gu Nianji had hailed a taxi. Gu Nianji was immediately tempted. "You can really see it. Follow me." Hu Xiaoheng turned around and walked across the street. Gu Nianji hesitated for a second before following him. They got in the car, and Gu Nianji asked again, "How did you know I would get into trouble at the court?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't look at her and casually turned the steering wheel. "It's common sense. You're looking down on me." Gu Nianji felt awkward, but she also knew that if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't intervened, she would have been able to get the court to file the case, but not today. The best opportunity would have been missed, and Gu Yanran must have escaped. If she wanted to find her again, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hence, she felt even more conflicted. After being alone for a while, she said sincerely, "Thank you." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and smiled. "You're welcome. It's my job." Gu Nianji, her face was a little red, but she still maintained her calm posture and looked away. She looked at the speeding street outside the car window and said, "Today is Monday. Don't you have to work?" "Yes, but it's my break time now." Hu Xiaoheng turned the steering wheel onto the highway and drove towards Gu Yanran's apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital. Half an hour later, they arrived at the high-end apartment complex on the third ring road of the imperial capital. The people who came to deliver the summons arrived a little later than they did. Gu Nianji looked out of the car and saw a few property managers come out from the gate to verify the authenticity of the summons. Then they called Gu Yanran. Hu Xiaoheng started the car and drove straight in. At the entrance, he stuck his head out and said to the people from the court, "If I were you, I would go to the underground parking lot of that building over there and wait. I'm sure I can wait there." The people from the court couldn't help laughing and nodded. "Okay, we'll go in a bit." Hu Xiaoheng drove Gu Nianji to the underground parking lot of the complex and waited. Gu Yanran was alone in the apartment at the moment. She was about to go out when she received a call from the property manager. "What? Court summons? Are you kidding me?" Gu Yanran shouted angrily. "I'm from Barbados. What right does Gu Nianji have to sue me?" "Miss Gu, we don't understand either. Please come out and bring your passport with you." The people from the court said that due to the large amount of money involved in this case, you can't leave the country. You have to hand in your passport. The property manager hung up after she finished speaking. She didn't want to face Gu Yanran's scolding. Gu Yanran was so angry that her face turned red and then white. She crossed her arms and paced around the room a few times before calling Yi Xian again. However, no one picked up. Gu Yanran didn't give up. She called for a few more minutes before confirming that Yi Xian really wasn't picking up. Panicking, she sent Yi Xian a text. "Xian, Gu Nianji is suing me. She wants to split the family assets with me. They want to confiscate my passport. Can you help me? I only have you." After sending the text, Gu Yanran stared at her phone and waited for Yi Xian's reply. However, this time was different from before. In the past, no matter when she texted Yi Xian, he would reply within seconds and then call her. He had never ignored her like this before. She waited for a full 15 minutes, but Yi Xian was still dead silent. There was no reply or call. The property manager called again. "Miss Gu, if you don't come down, I'll have to let them in." Gu Yanran had no choice but to say, "I'll come down right now." "Don't let them in." She picked up her small bag and planned to go downstairs to get her car from the underground parking lot. Then she would drive out the back door and go directly to the airport. Her private plane was waiting for her at the airport. However, as soon as she went down to the underground parking lot and came to her car, a few men in navy blue court uniforms appeared out of nowhere. They brought a court summons to Gu Yanran. "May I ask if you are Miss Gu Yanran? This is a court summons. Please sign for it. Also, you have to hand in your passport first." Gu Yanran really didn't expect these people to block her in the underground parking lot. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. "This is private property. What right do you have to harass me here? I can sue you for invasion of personal privacy." Gu Nianji sat in Hu Xiaoheng's car and leaned against the window to watch with great interest. She laughed so hard that she almost had a heart attack. What major did Gu Yanran study? I don't think she even studied the basics of law. Did she even go to university? Most university students in the Xia Empire had studied the basics of law. Although not all of them could become legal experts, they had basic knowledge of the law. Hu Xiaoheng placed one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the handbrake. He calmly said, "She went to St. John's College in England. It's a school that specializes in training English housekeepers." Gu Nianji was speechless. She turned around and asked in surprise, "You even know this?" "I just found out." You're investigating Gu Yanran. Yes. It's too difficult to investigate Gu Xiangwen, so I changed the direction and started investigating Gu Yanran. In the end, I really did find some interesting things. Hua Xiaoheng said and didn't continue. He reached into the small fridge in the car to take a bottle of water and opened it to take a sip. Gu Nianji felt like 100 claws were scratching her heart when she heard this. If it weren't for the fact that she still had a shred of rationality left in her, she would have jumped onto Hua Xiaoheng's body and used all sorts of methods just to get him to speak his mind. This was the second update, and the monthly tickets had been sent to her with 6,100 plus updates. Today, we will continue with the third update greater than over equal to for all, /la. Let me remind you of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. Chapter 801. Gu Nianji bit her lip and glanced sideways at Hua Xiaoheng. It took a lot of self-control to look away and continue watching Gu Yanran argue with the people from the court. Miss Gu Yanran, please sign here. Also, because this case is too complicated, and you are also an international citizen, we will record the entire subpoena process. Everything you say and do can be used as evidence in court. Please don't make things difficult for us. As the people from the court spoke, a few men appeared with cameras. Gu Yanran, Gu Nianji, both of them had an expression of "never would I have thought" on their faces. Gu Yanran was flabbergasted. She didn't know how much of her outburst and rudeness had been recorded. Suddenly feeling guilty, she took a step back and said fiercely, "What are you doing? You want to secretly record me?" Miss Gu Yanran, we did not secretly record anything. We've already explained to you that these videos will be archived by the court. They will not be made public, and they will not be used for any profit. The people from the court were very reasonable. Gu Yanran was speechless. Now, please hand over your passport. The people from the court took a step forward. If you refuse to hand over your passport, then you will have to come with us to the court. Were they going to detain Gu Yanran in disguise? Gu Nianji was a little unsure. The court's procedures were far above the level of her estate dispute case, right? Although the people from the court kept saying it was because of the huge amount of money, this could only fool people like Gu Yanran who didn't understand the law. Now they were recording her and wanted to take her away to be detained. This treatment was not comparable to an economic dispute case. After Gu Yanran caused a scene, her rationality finally returned to her nest. She took out her phone and raised her eyebrows. "Wait here, I want to call my lawyer." The people from the court thought to themselves, how slow was she to think of calling her lawyer after so long? Of course, if the client didn't say she wanted to find a lawyer, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to remind her. Gu Nianji also sighed and said, she finally thought of a lawyer. TSK, she's so rich, shouldn't she have chauffeurs, bodyguards, lawyers, and accountants around her every day? Why is she always going in and out alone recently? Hua Xiaoheng took another sip of water and said calmly, she had an extramarital affair with Prime Minister Tan. It's inconvenient to have those people around her, so she hasn't brought them with her recently. Then, he wanted to leave the Huaxia Empire. Of course, he didn't need those people. He only needed the pilots. Really? Are you sure? Gu Nianji couldn't help gulping. What explosive gossip. Although she had previously guessed that Gu Yanran must have had a powerful backer for her to suddenly act so arrogantly in front of her. She also guessed that it was probably Prime Minister Tan. She didn't have any direct evidence. As a lawyer, she still had reservations. After all, the short movies and videos released from the Prime Minister's residence had all been re-edited, and the men in them had all been obscured. It was impossible to tell who they were. Even if everyone guessed it was Prime Minister Tan, who would dare to spread such rumors without solid evidence? However, Hu Xiaoheng had actually directly pointed out that it was Prime Minister Tan. Gu Nianji couldn't help but wonder if he had direct evidence that could be made public. Yeah, the short movies that were released from the Prime Minister's residence and the videos that were going viral on Weibo were all reported to the Senate as evidence. The Senate sent a letter to the Special Operations Forces and asked us to help restore the complete images of the videos and movies. A faint smile appeared on Hu Xiaoheng's face. Then little Zay spent a lot of effort to restore them. Actually, they also had the original photos, but those things couldn't be openly used as evidence. The evidence that had been whitewashed after going out for a while was more credible. Prime Minister Tan is clearly shown in the restored video and movie. That's why the Senate officially started impeachment proceedings. Hu Xiaoheng finished speaking and glanced at Gu Nianji. He suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to see the complete video?" Gu Nianji was speechless. Although she really wanted to see it, she felt strange when she thought about how Hu Xiaoheng must have watched it countless times. She glanced at him and pursed her lips. "Hu Xiao, did you watch it countless times yourself?" Hu Xiaoheng sat back down with a smile. "I needed it for my work, but watching it once is enough. There's no beauty to it. Moreover, during the Special Operations Forces anti-corruption training, they had seen countless of these kinds of things. Every single one of them could maintain a straight face in front of a special action video. TSK, beauty. Was he watching a fight between a seductress and a seductress with the mentality of appreciating art? Gu Nianji wisely didn't continue the conversation. She changed the topic and said, "The Senate is starting impeachment proceedings just because of an extramarital affair. Isn't this making a big deal out of nothing? An extramarital affair was a private affair, and choosing a prime minister wasn't about choosing a moral saint." Gu Nianji still felt that something was wrong. Hu Xiaoheng saw that she didn't continue the conversation, so he didn't tease her anymore. He paused and composed himself before saying, "It's not because of an extramarital affair, but because the video and movies showed that the two of them were having an affair in the Prime Minister's office." Gu Nianji was speechless. How desperate are they? Can't they find a private house to do it? Gu Nianji really couldn't understand. Don't all government agencies have surveillance? Don't they know? Not all of them have surveillance. Hu Xiaoheng corrected her. Only places with problems are monitored, and this usually requires permission from the higher authorities and the court. Oh. Gu Nianji didn't know about this, but she believed that Hu Xiaoheng definitely knew more about it than she did. Then it's impeachment for malfeasance. More or less. There's also the leaking of secrets. The Senate is currently considering whether to add this. Gu Nianji thought about it, and her expression changed. "I think we can add another one. Misappropriation of campaign funds and use illegally donated money to make up for the deficit. I have to sue Prime Minister Tan and his wife, Kai Song-yin, to recover the tens of millions of US dollars that Gu Yanran illegally donated to them. This was all the wealth of the Gu family, and it had been squandered away by that prodigal Gu Yanran." Hu Xiaoheng recalled the first time he heard Deputy Director Feng of the Secret Service mention Gu Yanran, the richest woman in Barbados, and he still felt a bit emotional. However, from that point on, Gu Yanran's style had always been the same. She had always found loopholes in the government to find a backer. In the beginning, she found Hu Xiaoheng, but of course, she didn't succeed. Then she wanted to suck up to Gu Nianji because she and Hu Xiaoheng were a couple and could be considered upper-class people. In the end, when Gu Nianji was in danger, for some reason, she suddenly exposed the fact that Gu Nianji was an adopted daughter. In the end, she had an affair with Prime Minister Tan. She thought she had found a powerful backer, but she didn't expect that backer to fall so quickly. From Gu Yanran's style of doing things these past few years, she's not good at business management and doesn't have a big picture view. Gu Xiangwen had so many patents and stocks, and she sold them as she pleased. As long as she could raise money, she didn't care if it was more profitable to keep them. Gu Xiangwen casually took 1 or 2 of those patents to start a business, and the returns would quickly be 100 or 1,000 times greater. However, she directly sold a lot of them. Our intelligence personnel analyzed that Gu Yanran's style of doing things didn't match her status and identity, so they suggested starting with her. That's how we found out that she actually studied at St. John's College in England when she was 15 to 18 years old. Gu Xiangwen is the richest man in Barbados, but his own daughter went to a school that specialized in training English housekeepers. Don't you think it's ironic? It was the third watch. Because of our friends' monthly votes, we'll continue to watch the third watch today, greater than over equal to 4 all, /LoveLore remind our friends' monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 802. This news was too shocking for Gu Nianji. Although she thought Gu Yanran was stupid and was no match for her, knowing that Gu Yanran didn't go to university and only attended an English butler school for 3 years still exceeded her expectations. How can this be? Although her IQ isn't high, it shouldn't be so bad that she can't even get into university, right? Gu Nianji twisted her fingers in confusion, her snow-white teeth biting her lower lip in disbelief. Also, Gu Yanran wasn't in the Huaxia Empire. She was overseas. Exams weren't the only way for overseas students to get into a good university. The independent admissions of the famous Ivy League universities all looked at family background first. It didn't matter if the results weren't good, as long as they met the minimum passing score. Students from rich families and parents with power and authority would definitely be prioritized, followed by ordinary students with average family backgrounds but innate intelligence and high test scores. Of course, if a student's family didn't have money or power and didn't work hard for exams, then they would have no chance of getting into a good university. But for Gu Yanran, her father was Gu Xiangwen. Just this name alone was enough for her to choose from all the famous universities in Europe and the United States. What was wrong with her to insist on attending a butler school? Even if it was an English butler school, it wasn't something someone of her status needed to attend. This is a bit complicated. Hu Xiaoheng propped his head on his hand and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He looked ahead and said, "Do you still have classes in the afternoon?" "No. Today's class is in the morning, and I've already asked for leave." Gu Nianji was still thinking about Gu Yanran. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng eagerly, wanting to hear more clues from him that could be of great help to her lawsuit. "Yeah, I'll find a quiet place to research later." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Gu Nianji frowned. "I'll eat at school tonight." She sighed and no longer thought about why Gu Yanran went to the butler school. Instead, she asked Hu Xiaoheng, "What did you say to President Zhang?" "Gu Yanran and I can't possibly get such high treatment for this case, right?" Even if Hu Xiaoheng appeared, he could only file the case. And the way the people in the court handled the case was completely beyond the scope of an estate dispute case. Hu Xiaoheng averted his gaze and looked out the window for a while before saying, "Gu Yanran's case may involve national security interests. Just in case, the court sent the most stringent team to collect evidence for this case." National security interests? Really? Gu Nianji was a little unsure. It's just a fight over property. Many of Gu Xiangwen's assets are patents. Hu Xiaoheng stopped there and did not elaborate further. Gu Nianji finally understood. The engine blueprint in her backpack seemed to belong to Gu Xiangwen, right? Gu Yanran looked at the people in court uniforms in front of her and felt extremely distressed. When she was in Barbados, she was even a guest of honor in the governor's office. Everyone treated her with respect. Who dared to treat her like this? Her first reaction was to call Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian still didn't pick up her calls. She had no choice but to call her lawyer. Her official lawyer should have been Wen Shui, but ever since she returned to her hometown, she had also resigned from her job at the largest law firm in the United States. However, although Wen Shui wasn't with the law firm, Gu Yanran was still a client of the law firm. She also knew that He Jichu was one of the bosses of the law firm and was considered her lawyer in the past. Of course, he had a higher status than Wen Shui. Although He Jichu had always been harsh with her, she had no choice but to ask the law firm for help now that she was in big trouble. However, looking at her watch, it was midnight in the United States. She wouldn't be able to find him at this time. She made a prompt decision and left a message with the law firm in English. Then she called He Jichu. He Jichu saw Gu Yanran's number on his phone and felt slightly embarrassed. However, he still swiped his phone to answer and asked, Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran looked like she had seen her savior and was on the verge of tears. Lawyer He, can you come over for a moment? I've been sued, and they want to send me a subpoena. I'm not allowed to leave the country. Someone sued you. Sued by who? He Jichu tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. His expression was cold, and his calm voice was emotionless. Gu Yanran choked. She had been sued by Gu Nianji, but could she say that to He Jichu? Facing He Jichu, Gu Yanran always felt strangely uncomfortable. He Jichu waited for a while and was about to hang up when Gu Yanran didn't say anything. Gu Yanran finally said in a panic. It's my sister Nianji. You also know that she doesn't remember the past, so, haha, now you know it's your sister. I warned you long ago not to have any ideas about Nianji. Did you think I was joking? Gu Yanran, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. You should have been mentally prepared for this the moment you decided to expose the news that Gu Nianji is an adopted daughter. He Jichu hung up after speaking. Gu Yanran's heart sank. Her lips trembled, and her eyes flickered. What did He Jichu mean by that? Did he know something? That was impossible. Anyone who knew even the slightest bit of information about Gu Nianji's identity was no longer in this world. Gu Yanran composed herself and decisively decided to contact the largest law firm in the imperial capital, JD Law Firm. She called and asked lawyer Jean Wani to be her lawyer representative. Jean Wani was a lawyer she was familiar with. They had cooperated tacitly a while ago to set up Prime Minister Tan's wife, Kai Song-yin, so Gu Yanran knew her skills quite well. Although she couldn't compare to He Jichu, she was very capable. Most importantly, she was trustworthy and wouldn't set her up. Jean Wani received the arrangements from the station and heard that it was an old acquaintance of Gu Yanran's. Without another word, she grabbed her briefcase and got into her new BMW X5. She drove to Gu Yanran's apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital. 15 minutes later, Jean Wani arrived at the underground parking lot of Gu Yanran's apartment on the third ring road. She parked her car and found Gu Yanran's location. She discovered that she was surrounded by a group of men in court uniforms. They were even carrying cameras. Stop! What are you doing? I'm warning you. Knowingly breaking the law will increase your punishment. Jean Wani yelled loudly as she walked over. Her high heels clicked on the concrete floor as she walked to Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran saw Jean Wani and rushed over like she had seen her savior. Lawyer Jean. They won't let me leave and want me to hand in my passport. Jean Wani shook her hand. Miss Gu, please calm down. She turned to the group of men in court uniforms. Where are your documents? I want to confirm your identities. The leader of the men took out his work ID and handed the subpoena to Jean Wani. Hello, since you are Miss Gu Yanran's lawyer, please accept this subpoena on her behalf. Someone is suing Miss Gu Yanran for illegally embezzling the Gu family's assets. They want to sue her and take back the assets that belong to them. Jean Wani raised her eyebrows and said with disdain, as far as I know, Gu Xiangwen is still alive. Who has the right to sue for the family assets? The plaintiff, Gu Nianji, stated very clearly in the lawsuit that Gu Xiangwen became a vegetable after the plane crash. It has been 7 years since the middle of this year. This means that he is no longer legally responsible for his actions and cannot be the subject of the law. Therefore, the plaintiff has the right to ask for an equal division of the family assets. If she says it's equal, then it's equal. What about the will? Did she forget about the will? Jean Wani exploded as soon as she heard Gu Nianji's name. She was aggressive and obviously more professional than Gu Yanran. However, Gu Yanran's eyebrows twitched uncomfortably when she heard the word will. She tugged on Jean Wani's shirt and interrupted her. Lawyer Jean, when can I leave? Jean Wani turned to look at her and said confidently, don't rush. I'll let you go right away. Gu Yanran smiled in relief and played with the phone in her hand to send another text to Yi Xian. Jean Wani was imposing as she said to the court staff, I'm sorry, everyone. My client is a citizen of Barbados, and the Gu family's assets are also in Barbados. If Gu Nianji wants to sue Gu Yanran for a division of the family assets, tell her to file a complaint in the Barbados court. Which court are you from? How much money do you need to accept a lawsuit without jurisdiction? Gu Nianji sat in Hua Xiaohing's car and heard Jean Wani's words clearly. She was furious. How could you accept a lawsuit from a despicable person like Gu Yanran? You're the one who needs money. Your whole family needs money. This woman had been defeated by her every single time, but she still didn't know how to repent. She truly felt that she should make Gu Nianji suffer from a phobia from now on. She should make Gu Nianji want to kneel whenever she saw Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's brain heated up and she opened the car door to personally confront Jean Wani. Hua Xiaohing reacted quickly and hugged her from behind. He dragged her back to sit on his lap and wrapped his strong arm around her waist. Gu Nianji couldn't move for a moment. What are you doing? Let me down. Gu Nianji punched Hua Xiaohing a few times. You don't need to go yourself. If the people in the court don't even have this bit of ability, how can you fight this lawsuit? Hua Xiaohing whispered in her ear. He was so close that the heat from his breath burned her neck. Gu Nianji couldn't help shrinking her neck. Fine, I won't get down, but can you let go of me? Gu Nianji began to forcefully pry at Hua Xiaohing's arm to get him to let go. Although his embrace was warm, Gu Nianji didn't want to let go again. Hua Xiaohing didn't have any intention of letting go. He looked down. Did my hugging you make you moved? Of course not. Gu Nianji frowned. You're thinking too much. If not, then what does it matter if I let go or not? Okay, continue watching the show. Don't worry about me. Gu Nianji was speechless. This was the first night. There were 2 nights today. A reminder to all the fans for their monthly and recommendation votes. The second night at 7 p.m. P.S. A reminder to everyone to also vote for the Cambrian every day. Also see if you can get a Cambrian Alliance fan title. Thank you. Chapter 803. Hua Xiaohing's arm was as strong as steel as it wrapped around Gu Nianji's waist. How could she forget again? Against Hua Xiaohing, she could only outsmart him. Even 10 Gu Nianji wouldn't be a match for Hua Xiaohing. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and stopped struggling. She pretended that Hua Xiaohing was just her chair and didn't react in the slightest. She focused her attention on Jean Wani and Gu Yanran, who were nearby. After Jean Wani finished speaking, she crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly to look at the court staff. She was very imposing. However, the staff sent by the Imperial Capital High Court were indeed the strictest. They did things by the book and were very imposing. Lawyer Jean, estate disputes don't work this way, the head of the staff said calmly. 10 years ago, in the Johnson estate dispute, the main property was in the United States, but the British court sued and accepted it. 8 years ago, in the Argentine-Honduras estate dispute, the main property was located in Australia and was also accepted by the Argentine court. Indeed, most estate disputes are accepted at the location of the defendant and the property, but that's not absolute. Therefore, it's completely reasonable and legal for Miss Gu Nianji to sue Miss Gu Yanran in the Hua Xia Empire for embezzlement of the Gu family's property. Jean Wani blushed. She had just accepted Gu Yanran's request and hadn't had time to do her homework. Naturally, she wasn't as prepared as the court staff. The international precedents that the court staff found were all cited by Gu Nianji in the complaint. They had verified it and treated it as evidence. Now, please sign here with Miss Gu Yanran, and then Miss Gu Yanran will hand over her passport. The court staff handed over the subpoena again and took out the receipt for Gu Yanran and Jean Wani to sign. Jean Wani looked at the subpoena again and nodded. Okay, that's all for now. She took out a pen and looked down to sign the subpoena. Gu Yanran panicked. Lawyer Jean, how can you sign this? I didn't even agree to it. Jean Wani's pen paused and she turned to look at Gu Yanran. You're the defendant. You don't have to agree or disagree when someone sues you. The court staff couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Her words were extremely rude. It was almost as if she was pointing at Gu Yanran's nose and scolding her for not knowing the law. Gu Yanran, on the other hand, was indignant. When she was in Barbados, anyone who wanted to sue her would have to think twice before doing so. However, now that she was in the Huaxia Empire, she had no choice but to bow her head. In that instant, she regretted giving up Barbados and settling down in the Huaxia Empire. However, Barbados also had its inconveniences. She was a woman with so much property, and it was indeed impossible for her to stay there forever. Gu Yanran sighed but still signed the subpoena. After signing, she took her Barbados passport out of her bag and handed it to the clerk. Gu Yanran's expression did not change, but she snorted in her heart. Would collecting passports stump me? I have so many passports, but before she could finish, the court staff said, and your American, French, British, and Brazilian passports, please hand them in. Gu Yanran was shocked. How did these people know she had multiple nationalities? She had only used Barbados passports to travel between the Huaxia Empire and Barbados. She had never used passports from other countries. What she did not know was that Gu Nianji had gotten all this information from He Zhichu and had written it all on her complaint. What's with this feeling of being seen through? Gu Yanran shuddered and couldn't help looking around. It was as if there was an eye quietly watching her from the dark. Her entire body was cold, her limbs were stiff, and her scalp was numb. Her heart was pounding very hard. As soon as the court staff saw Gu Yanran's expression, they knew the words on the complaint were true. They smiled at Gu Yanran and urged her again. Jean Wani was also secretly surprised. She did not expect Gu Yanran to be a citizen of so many countries. With so many passports, any one of them would be a slap in the face, right? Gu Yanran and the court staff confronted each other for a long time. In the end, she reluctantly took out all the passports from her bag. The court staff sorted through all the passports and confirmed that there were no mistakes. They also asked Gu Yanran to sign the receipt for the passports. After the lawsuit was over, she could use the receipt to collect the passports from the court. After Gu Yanran signed, the court staff finally left the underground parking lot of the apartment and returned to the court. Gu Yanran and Jean Wani did not move. They stood next to Gu Yanran's luxury car and watched the court staff enter the elevator. As the elevator slowly rose, Jean Wani sighed and turned to look at Gu Yanran. Miss Gu, what is going on? Why does Gu Nianji suddenly want to sue you for the family inheritance? Gu Yanran finally regretted going against Gu Nianji. But it was not her fault. How would she have known that Gu Nianji would be so lucky? Someone had set up a trap in Europe to kill her, but she was still able to escape alive, and it seemed that she was unscathed. If she did not trust that person's ability and felt that he would definitely be able to kill Gu Nianji, why would she forget herself and say that Gu Nianji was an adopted daughter? It's not good to talk here. Lawyer Jean, come up with me. Gu Yanran also walked towards the elevator. Jean Wani had come today to accept this lawsuit. Gu Yanran was her client. She needed to understand the situation well before deciding on a strategy. Jean Wani followed Gu Yanran into the elevator. Gu Yanran and Jean Wani also left. It seemed like only Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were left in the underground parking lot. They sat in the driver's seat of the car, overlapping each other. Although Hu Xiaoheng's Mercedes-Benz SUV was spacious, it was not spacious with two people squeezing in the driver's seat. Gu Nianji rubbed her temples and said, "Okay, they've all left. I'll go too. Hu Xiao, please take me back to school." She already said she was leaving, so Hu Xiaoheng would naturally let go of her if he wanted to drive. However, Hu Xiaoheng did not let go. He said calmly, "Don't you want to understand Gu Yanran's situation? Don't you want to know what she will say to Lawyer Jean?" "I want to, but will you say it?" Gu Nianji looked up at Hu Xiaoyang. "So I usually forget about useless things after thinking about it. Get out of the car and come back with me. We'll go listen to what Gu Yanran will say to Lawyer Jean first." Hu Xiaoheng finally let go of her. Gu Nianji quickly escaped from his embrace and returned to her own seat. Then she quickly opened the door and got out. Hu Xiaoheng also got out of the car and used the remote to lock it. He took Gu Nianji's unwilling hand and walked towards the elevator. "Hu Xiao, maybe another day. I need to clear my thoughts when I go back today. I will choose to defend myself in this lawsuit." "I don't need a lawyer," Gu Nianji said seriously and stopped in front of the elevator. "This is the second watch. Dear friends, it will be the third watch tomorrow. Remind my friends of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear friends." Chapter 804. Hu Xiaoheng held Gu Nianji's hand and stopped in front of the elevator. He looked at the open elevator door in front of him and didn't say anything. He pursed his lips and stepped in with an unquestionable stance. He exerted some force and pulled the reluctant Gu Nianji in as well. "Hu Xiao, I said I want to go back. Did you hear me?" Gu Nianji reached out to block the elevator door. The elevator door had a sensor system, so it didn't close. "You really want to go back?" Hu Xiaoheng still held Gu Nianji's hand as he watched her turn to walk out of the elevator. One of them stood in the elevator while the other stood outside. Their hands were intertwined in the elevator. Hu Xiaoheng's expression returned to his usual calm. He didn't let go, but he didn't use any force either. It seemed like no matter what Gu Nianji said or did, she couldn't move him at all. A man with a strong will, who did what he said, and knew what he was doing, had an irresistible attraction to women. Especially when this man was a soldier, this attraction had to be multiplied by 2. He stood in the elevator and looked at her silently. Gu Nianji's heart couldn't help skipping 2 beats. But if she returned to that apartment, Gu Nianji was afraid she would recall those sweet memories. She was already struggling to resist Hu Xiaoheng, but reason told her that Hu Xiaoheng could no longer give her a sense of security. Being with him would hurt again sooner or later. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng noticed Gu Nianji's imperceptible hesitation. He made a prompt decision and forcefully pulled Gu Nianji back. He held her in his arms with one hand and quickly took out the key card with the other to slide it on the elevator's floor sensor. The elevator door closed and quickly went up to the 18th floor where they used to live. Gu Nianji's head was pressed against his chest. When she struggled out of his embrace, she discovered that the elevator had already dinged and arrived at their destination. The elevator door slowly opened, and the familiar apartment door appeared in front of them. No matter how reluctant Gu Nianji was, she had no choice but to let Hu Xiaoheng lead her out of the elevator. Gu Nianji's heart pounded as she watched him take out the key card to open the door. She hadn't been here even once after returning from Germany. How sweet the two of them were back then, was how sad she was now. Hu Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he calmly opened the door and entered the house. He took out a pair of house slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance, one for himself and one for Gu Nianji, and placed them in front of her. Why aren't you changing your shoes? What shoes? If you have something to say, just say it. I'll be leaving after that. Gu Nianji turned around with her back to the living room and only looked at the door in front of her. Seeing her childish behavior, Hu Xiaoheng felt a headache coming on. He walked over and stood behind her with his hands in his pockets. He looked down at her dark hair and didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly for a while. Gu Nianji waited for a while, but when Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything, she turned around and said, "If there's nothing else to say, I'll leave." Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Xiaoheng suddenly lowered his head and held her shoulder with one hand. His other hand threaded into her black hair at the back of her head and held it firmly. He leaned over and kissed her. This time, he wasn't gentle at all. Instead, he forcefully sucked on her lips, using his teeth to nibble on her lips bit by bit. Her curvy lips were full and moist. It was very comfortable to kiss. When he bit down, his teeth almost sank into a pile of soft cotton. It made him want to swallow her whole. Her lips were numb from being bitten. It didn't hurt, but Hu Xiaoheng's teeth seemed to have their own electric current. Every time he bit, waves of numbness would rush to the top of her head and then spread throughout her entire body from head to toe. It made her so weak that she couldn't stand. She could only lean on Hu Xiaoheng for a moment of support. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her even tighter and kissed her even harder. The tip of his tongue hooked into her mouth and pulled out the tip of her tongue. He sucked and tasted it carefully before circling and nibbling on the tip of her tongue. This time, it hurt a little, but it wasn't unbearable. Instead, it made her momentarily awake and confused. Gu Nianji cried from his kiss and hit his chest weakly. Hu Xiaoheng, let me go. I beg you. Let me go. She had grown up with him. How could he not know what she liked about him? He kept changing his ways to tease her, making her unable to resist. It wasn't like she had a heart of stone. How could she be indifferent to his repeated displays of affection? But she also knew very well that she wasn't ready to walk into a relationship with him again. Hu Xiaoheng's lips and teeth paused for a moment before the torrential kisses slowed down. He didn't continue biting her lips and the tip of her tongue. His warm lips moved away from hers, and the hand holding the back of her neck loosened. He looked down at her silently. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and didn't dare open them. She hated herself for being so weak. Okay, don't cry. Hu Xiaoheng took a tissue from the cabinet in the entryway and wiped her tears. He then bent down to hug her and said helplessly, "It was just a kiss. Why are you crying?" Gu Nianji would never tell him that she felt dizzy as soon as he kissed her. She was afraid that she would do something humiliating in such a state. She bit her lip and looked away without saying a word. Hu Xiaoheng patted her head and led her to the sofa in the living room to sit down. He quietly held her in his arms. Neither of them had any intention of talking. They just sat in each other's arms in the living room. Hu Xiaoheng's hand patted her back from time to time. The afternoon sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and warmed the apartment. A warm atmosphere flowed through the empty living room and added a sense of liveliness to the apartment that had been empty for many days. The light was a bit blinding. Gu Nianji instinctively turned her head away from Hua Xiaoheng's arms to avoid the direct sunlight. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and walked to the window to close the blinds. Then he went to his study and took out a small milky white Bluetooth speaker. He placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa in the living room. He took out his phone and pressed a few buttons to turn on the Bluetooth speaker. Gu Nianji curled up on the sofa with an embarrassed expression on her face. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and wanted to say something, but Gu Yanran and Jin Wani's voices came from the Bluetooth speakers and broke the awkwardness. Gu Nianji was immediately attracted. She focused on the Bluetooth speaker and listened to the conversation between Gu Yanran and Jin Wani. Hua Xiaoheng didn't listen. He said to Gu Nianji, "I'm going out for a smoke." He opened the floor-to-ceiling windows and walked to the balcony to light the cigarette in his hand. "Yanran, what's going on? Why does Gu Nianji suddenly want to split the inheritance with you? Isn't she the adopted daughter of the Gu family? How can she be so shameless to ask for money? Your parents should have a will, right?" Jin Wani also loved and hated Gu Yanran. She was the daughter of a wealthy family, but she made herself look like a shady mistress. She also spoke vaguely and hid many things from Jin Wani. Normally, clients like this weren't easy to get along with, and her colleagues didn't want to take them. However, Gu Yanran was very generous. Just the commission alone made Jin Wani unable to say no. Jin Wani had been in the profession for 10 years and had only entered the largest JD firm in the imperial capital with the help of a distant relative the year before last. She had just been promoted to senior lawyer not long ago. All these years, she had always thought that she was quite capable, but she was unlucky and didn't encounter good cases or clients like others. Later, after the case with Gu Nianji, although she lost, she gained popularity. She was no longer a nameless lawyer and had also opened the door to the upper class of society. Good clients and cases came one after another, and her financial situation also improved. The red Accord that she had bought not long after entering the profession had now been replaced with a BMW X5. She also had a down payment for a house in the imperial capital. Under such circumstances, she held on to clients like Gu Yanran even tighter. Actually, no matter if she won or lost, she would still receive a generous commission. However, if she won, she would be able to move up another level. Jin Wani's words made Gu Yanran's heart ache. She used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes and said listlessly, "My father used to love Gu Nianji very much and treated her the same." That might have made her delusional. But the will. Gu Yanran hesitated, her voice a bit hoarse. "My father hasn't passed away yet. Will the will take effect? Your father's situation is a bit complicated, but in theory, if your father and mother had a will, Gu Nianji's status as an adopted daughter can't be compared to yours. She will be of more help to you in the estate dispute case," Jin Wani said implicitly. She was just short of pointing out that as long as there was a will, the case almost didn't need to appear in court and could be settled out of court. Gu Yanran frowned and thought about it for a while, then said softly, "What if there really isn't a will? In that case, we can probably only split it evenly." Jin Wani spread her hands with some regret. In a situation where there isn't a will, Gu Nianji is also the first in line to inherit. Even if she's an adopted daughter, she's legally and officially adopted daughter. As soon as she said that, Jin Wani had another idea. Gu Nianji is an officially adopted daughter, right? Is there an official adoption document? Sometimes, some people said that they were adopting children, but the legal procedures might not be complete. In the early years, there was an international movie star who didn't have any children, so she adopted a pair of twin daughters. However, when she had her own daughter, she transferred the twins. The public criticized her a lot, but legally, she wasn't wrong. Although she said she was adopted, there were some problems with the legal procedures when she adopted them, so the law didn't pursue her actions later. If that was the case, then Gu Nianji's desire to fight for the estate could be extinguished. Gu Yanran was stunned. Official adoption documents. Yes, since we're fighting for the estate, everything has to be done according to the law. If Gu Nianji wants to fight for the estate, she must first prove that she's a legally adopted daughter and produce legal documents to prove her identity. Jean Wani knocked on the desk in front of her. Her words were like a heavy hammer hitting Gu Yanran's heart. This was the first update. Today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was Monday, especially recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., I'd like to add 50,000 Chidian dollars to PPL in April. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Today is the last day of Fan Fest, so I'd like to remind everyone to vote for The Legend of Kamwu. Also, I'd like to see if I can get a Kamwu Alliance fan title, thank you. Chapter 805. Gu Nianji needs to prove her identity as an adopted daughter. Gu Yanran's mind raced, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Biting her lip, she thought about it for a while and asked tentatively, does that mean that if she can't produce legal documents to prove her identity as an adopted daughter, she has no right to fight with me for the inheritance? Of course. What questions do you have? Jean Wani's eyes lit up. Does that mean Gu Nianji doesn't have any legal documents? Gu Yanran hid her excitement and said dryly, I'm not too sure about that. I wasn't old when my parents adopted Gu Nianji, so I didn't know much about the law. I have to find the lawyer who worked with my father back then and see if he knows anything about this. However, this is a serious matter, and I don't want Gu Nianji to have a hard time living in the future. So, can lawyer Jean request a closed trial? Otherwise, the media will chase after her every day. Both of us will be annoyed. That's more like it. Jean Wani clapped her hands and slapped them loudly. I knew it. How can there be such a thing? A fake adopted daughter with no right dares to fight for the inheritance with someone else's biological daughter. She really doesn't know her place. Greed is the worst thing to do as a human. She covets things that don't belong to her and isn't afraid of being struck by lightning. Gu Yanran's smile froze, but she quickly composed herself and smiled gently. Lawyer Jean, you really know how to joke. Actually, this is human nature, and I can understand. Regardless of whether there are legal documents or not, she's still my sister and was loved by my parents back then. I don't mind giving her a few million US. Just treat it as a gift to her and let her have a good life in the future. Jean Wani could tell from Gu Yanran's words that she wanted to reconcile with Gu Nianji outside of court. She sighed and patted Gu Yanran's shoulder. Yanran, I didn't expect you to be so kind. I'm impressed that you can take care of a fake sister who has no intention of fighting you for the inheritance and doesn't care about your feelings at all. Alright, you're my friend for sure. Gu Yanran smiled and tilted her head. It's my honor to be favored by lawyer Jean. As she spoke, she stood up and went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of Bordeaux wine from France. She poured it into a crystal glass and clinked glasses with Jean Wani. Cheers, happy working with you. It's a pleasure working with you. Jean Wani raised her glass and downed it. Then, she took out the lawyer's contract and read it out to Gu Yanran so that she could sign it. After the full attorney contract was signed, Gu Yanran transferred 100,000 yuan to Jean Wani's law firm as a deposit for the lawsuit. The sound of the door opening and closing came from the milky white Bluetooth speaker, and then there was nothing else. Gu Nianji sat alone on the sofa and began to ponder. Hu Xiaoheng finished smoking and walked back into the house. Seeing that there was no sound coming from the Bluetooth speaker, he sat down and pressed the stop button. Are they done? Gu Nianji nodded. Her expression was much more normal now. She smiled and said, I didn't expect Jean Wani to be so impressive this time. She gave me a show of strength right from the start. Faced with Jean Wani's increasing combat power, Gu Nianji did not feel defeated. Instead, she was excited and thrilled. Once she focused all her energy on her profession, her entire person bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Hu Xiaoheng propped himself up on the sofa armrest and rested his chin on his hand. He sat diagonally on the sofa and looked at her quietly. He hid all his emotions in the flash of amazement in his eyes. What did she say? She wanted me to prove that I'm an adopted daughter first before going to court with her. Gu Nianji was all smiles. That's a good entry point. If I were to help Gu Yanran with the lawsuit, I would also start from this angle. Hu Xiaoheng froze and sat up straight. Yeah, Jean Wani did a good job this time. This is interesting. What about you? You definitely can't produce something like that. They all firmly believed that Gu Nianji was not an adopted daughter, so why would a biological daughter need to produce proof that she was an adopted daughter? Wouldn't that be leading people into a ditch? But thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good way to win without a fight. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hands and leaned forward on the sofa. She stared fixedly at the Bluetooth speaker and a subtle smile appeared on her face. She nodded slowly. Of course I will consider it, Hu Xiaoheng smiled and patted her head. However, he still reminded her, we still don't have a way to prove that Gu Xiangwen is a fake. So if they insist that you have nothing to do with Gu Xiangwen, Gu Nianji raised a brow in disapproval. At least I have the Barbados government documents to prove that I'm Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Similarly, Gu Yanran is. If they really only know how to dwell on the adoption documents, I will make sure Jean Wani and Gu Yanran lose badly. It's good that you're prepared. Hu Xiaoheng was very confident in Gu Nianji's professional abilities. Don't panic if they have other evidence. I've already contacted Xie Dezhao. When he comes, he can at least prove that you are related to his daughter, Xie Qingying. His deceased wife, Gu Tian, is said to be Gu Xiangwen's biological sister. Okay, I'll be careful. Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. Her eyes were sparkling, and her cheeks were pink. Hu Xiaoheng's fingers twitched, but he still restrained his desire to touch her. He stood up and asked, It's getting late. Do you want to have dinner here or go back to school? Gu Nianji stood up and pursed her lips. It's more convenient to go back to school. This time, Hu Xiaoheng didn't force her. He took the car keys. Let's go. I'll give you a ride. Gu Nianji sighed in relief and left the apartment with him to go back to school. The Imperial Capital High Court was very respectful to Hu Xiaoheng. Because the case involved a large amount of money and interest, the court scheduled it for a very short time. The first court hearing would be on Wednesday, a week later. At the same time, after Jean Wani discussed with Gu Yanran, she requested the court to close the trial to protect the client's privacy. Nianji, do you agree? Hu Xiaoheng specifically called Gu Nianji and mentioned Jean Wani and Gu Yanran's request to close the trial. I don't care. Gu Nianji also wore a Bluetooth headset. She typed on the computer as she spoke to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, you called just for this. Do you want to close the trial or not? Smart girl. Hu Xiaoheng praised her with a smile. After our discussion, we also feel that it's better to close the trial. Since they were fighting over Gu Xiangwen's assets, then everything related to Gu Xiangwen had to be exposed, especially his patents and inventions. If the trial wasn't closed, these things would not only be known by them, but also by the enemies hiding in the dark. Gu Xiangwen had been living in seclusion ever since his sister, Gu Tian, passed away many years ago. This was enough to prove that keeping his situation a secret was the best choice. Gu Nianji understood what Hu Xiaoheng meant and nodded. Okay, I'll explain to the court and agree to close the trial. Hua Xiaoheng agreed and put down the phone. He began to do background checks on the people participating in the trial. Their enemies were not only external, but also internal. Wednesday, a week later, was the first day of the estate dispute between Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran. Because the request to close the trial had been made a long time ago, the case was basically kept secret except for the relevant personnel. Some higher-ups in the media knew about it, but because the Special Operations Forces and Secret Service had spoken to them, they wouldn't take the risk just to make a big news story. That day, Gu Nianji wore a black professional suit to the court. She came with He Zhichu, who sat in the plaintiff's family seat. Hua Xiaoheng didn't come. Instead, he watched the entire trial live with special equipment sent by the Special Operations Forces to the court. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, General Ji, Speaker Long, and several members of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council were also watching the trial in the conference room of the Special Operations Forces building. When the judge announced the start of the trial, Gu Nianji calmly and simply stated her request. That was, as the daughter of the Gu family, she had the right to a share of the Gu family's assets unless there was a will to prove that there was another distribution plan. Jean Wani listened with excitement. This time, she would avenge herself. Gu Nianji was going to lose to her. Jean Wani thought about it excitedly. When she stood up to state her request, her voice trembled slightly. Madame Gu Nianji's request is very bold and shameless. Let me ask you, an adopted daughter, what right does she have to fight with the biological daughter of the Gu family for the inheritance? Also, can you produce legal proof to prove your identity as an adopted daughter of the Gu family? Your Honor, if Madame Gu Nianji cannot produce proof that she is an adopted daughter of the Gu family, I request that the court declare this case invalid because she has no right to make any claims to the Gu family's assets. Jean Wani's words echoed in the courtroom. Everyone on Gu Yanran's side smiled meaningfully. Everyone looked at Gu Nianji with pity, as if she was a clown who didn't know her own limits. The senior officials watching the trial in the conference room of the Special Operations Forces also had ugly expressions. If Gu Nianji lost the lawsuit, Gu Yanran would definitely ask to take Gu Xiangwen away. Therefore, they would have no reason to keep Gu Xiangwen, and the plan they had been preparing for so long would all be for naught. General Ji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng worriedly. However, Hua Xiaoheng continued to look at the big screen calmly. He looked very confident in Gu Nianji. General Ji relaxed slightly and turned to continue watching the trial. On the big screen, Gu Nianji, dressed in a black suit, stood up. Her fair face was as smooth as jade, and she smiled at Jean Wani. Lawyer Jean, my estate dispute complaint never stated that I was fighting for the estate as an adopted daughter. May I ask where you are coming from when you say I am an adopted daughter of the Gu family? Jean Wani was speechless. Then she smiled at everyone in the courtroom. Isn't it obvious? Everyone has a tacit understanding. Gu Nianji, why don't you face reality? Gu Nianji smiled slyly and shook her head. She said calmly, unfortunately, Lawyer Jean, we are discussing this in court. Everything we say and do has to be done according to the law. I fought for the Gu family's assets based on the identity documents issued by the Barbados government to prove that I am Gu Xiangwen's daughter. I have a claim to the Gu family's assets. Now, Lawyer Jean is claiming that I am an adopted daughter of the Gu family. Therefore, according to the principle of the person who claims it bears the burden of proof, please prove that I am an adopted daughter first. This is the second update. The Immortal Love, 50,000 Chidian dollars, awarded by PPLR CUA has arrived. Today is the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's Monday, and especially recommendation votes. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Today is the last day of the fan festival. Remind everyone to vote for The Legend of Kamwu. Also see if you can get a Kamwu Alliance fan title. Thank you. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.